soluciona todos los problemas que te nublan la razón. Oh shit, nigga on the ground, no problem, ole como marrón. Oh shit, welcome to my sound, follow me right now. Yo tuve un amigo que me juró serme fiel, pero desapareció y no supe nada de él. Porque el tiempo lentamente separa los friends y por dentro cada uno juega su papel. Yo tengo la suerte contada con las manos, muchos coleguitas, poquitos hermanos. Cuento con guión para lo bueno y lo malo, juntos por vivir y el sonido que te damos. Champion, brother, chela rebel, mina falla Babylon, Rasta zona. Ven, dime quién puede comprar nuestro flow. Amigo, no me pida perdón si no es de corazón lo que me vas a decir. Un amigo suele ser bendición, son gestos de ilusión y falsa para seguir. Amigo, no me pidas perdón si no es de corazón lo que me vas a decir. Un amigo suele ser bendición.
Yo ya sé dónde buscar. Me he perdido tantas veces, escuece perderme en tu piel. Te di mucho más de lo que mereces. Jueces juzgaron mi causa, perdí por muy poco. Quedé malherido por dentro, tan roto, tan muerto, tan crudo, tan loco. Me dieron por tanto tan poco. De las rendijas por las que logré ver algo que fuese capaz de calmar mi dolor. Solo cegaba la poca luz que pasaba, reflejo de lo que llevo en mi interior. Fue que pisé el sol, te tendí una mano, pero ahora te quejas de no haber agarrado más fuerte, no. Puedo perdonar, pero no seré capaz de confiar en aquel que me traicionó.
Bro, sintoniza mi canción, hermano de mi vida y hermana del corazón. Y digo yo, ves poniendo solución a todos los problemas que te nublan la razón. Oh shit, nigga on the ground, no problem, ole como marrón. Oh shit, welcome to my sound, follow me right now.
Yo ando por el barrio a grito de original y me paran los abuelos solo para preguntar. Yo les muestro mi respeto porque soy un buen zagal. Me dice que este flow tan duro es sobrenatural. No soy de los que roban el Eroski, tampoco de Chigrinsky. Dentro todo Kiski que ha llegado Magnetowski. Hoy me levanté muy fresco y me siento Wazowski. El asustatoys del panorama de los Mystics. Esto es otro Dreamling, esto es otro dribbling. Son rimas tan sexys que parecen un striptease. Soy retro balón team, no llevo ni blim blim, pero lo di todo por los metálicos.
Antes de cada la cara con Air for One, comí en los callejones y ahora en restaurantes. Hablo en dólares, pesetas, euros, en yuan. Y los demás idiomas hablo porque no pagan. No chance for the run, chico, ponte a contar. El tiempo que malgastas en lamentarte y llorar. Si estás vecino al desastre, está claro que eres un rastre. Que al trabajo tú no pasaste, no te encontraste mal. Entraste mental o animal, depende para quién. Yo soy un ser espiritual que volar para les más bien. Que para en búsquedas que susurren que sucede. Es que caminar o andar con mujeres o no me deten. Sin nubes ven como algún ser, no voy a ser que está sub-cero haciendo hielo en el cielo de Manchester. Mancha usted, si no los que me están diciendo que se lo rocean, que en verdad no le guste, joder usted.
Siendo el sonido criminal champion, vamos a darle metralla al faricio ladrón, asimila. La moto cada por Dios, la melodía de mi corazón me equipaba sangre fría. Ratatata mi voz, sin tocarla la desnudo. Cuatro gatos así esto empezó y mira cuántas son las que apoyan hoy. Salvo mi vida, me saco del callejón, siente la vibra de este flow cabrón, guayo, vamos para arriba. Prendo el blon y calmo el caos, soy medicina y el amor que me ha faltado. No me digan cómo que ni cuándo, no me creas hace rato nada de lo que está pasando. Original, cada poco así de a poco va llegando. Todo lo que soñaba me vivía proyectando el blessed.
Bro, sintoniza mi canción, hermano de mi vida y hermana del corazón. Y digo yo, ves poniendo solución a todos los problemas que te nublan la razón. Oh shit, nigga on the ground, no problem, ole como marrón. Oh shit, welcome to my sound, follow me right now. Se me pone muchos hablan pero pocos entienden, nego.
Mi canción.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting. United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que vean. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena a mí, tú. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulú. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un troco, lo tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos.
que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. What it be like, family? What it be like, bro? Hope y'all doing well. Want to show my face a little bit every now and then in case I forget that I'm still alive. You know what I'm saying? In case you guys forget, I'm still alive, bro. Let's see what we got. We don't got a lot of people. Okay. Well, I kind of expected that, to be honest with you. I expected this to be a delicate topic because technically it's always become a delicate topic. You know what I'm saying? So let me see what's up here. We got I wonder why it showed that. Here we go. Okay, all right, man. So this is what we got going on. Let me show you guys the I always try to start with different intros, you know what I mean? Just change it up a bit. But this is the topic right here.
Right here.
I don't know if I should start with the strong message or should I end it with this one? Anyhow, let's see what we got. All right, so I guess we don't really have anybody, man. Okay, sounds good. Maybe you guys are too busy. Shit, getting ready for that 4th of July. Trying to act like you don't celebrate these holidays, bro. Stop lying. Stop lying. For real, yo. Anyhow, let's begin. Let me start off with the video. Mexican radio. Whoa. Saludos, buenas noches a todos, all right? And by the way, regarding the class yesterday, you know, when I get into a topic, I may be open to debate, but if you have idiots that are coming on this channel and posting some shit and don't hit the link, and expecting me to answer or read as if I'm some, I don't know what they're used to. I don't know what kind of father they were raised by. Maybe that's the kind of man he was. But when you got men talking like that, more likely their fathers were treating them like little girls. So that's what you typically can expect from people like that. So next time you're here, whoever you are, it don't matter who, you guys want to talk about Bible, we can. So don't post stuff and then talk shit. Post stuff, click the link, or post stuff, wait for an answer, or just don't. If not, we're going to block you. It's the same thing. We'll time you out. I won't block you because, you know what I mean? It's good for the algorithm. So they say. All right, so let's get going. Man. Let me get this video up real quick. I showed you this quite some time ago. Let me find it right here. All right. Remember what the topic of the class is. Black Satan, okay? Black Satan. I know it's going to be extremely offensive for a lot of y'all, especially you're coming out of these camps and you're in love with this image right here, just like you were in love with the white one. This is no different. It is absolutely no different. It's still the same thing. You're just moving from one image to another. You're still in sin. I don't understand why you have to have the Most High and his son to look like you. I just don't get it. Me no comprendo. All right, so let me get this video here. What is it called? Okay, I thought I had it. There it is. All right, let's begin. Come on, man.
Tell you something, black man, you better watch these stinking Africans, man. Right. And they know you not the same people.
So where does all this anti-African rhetoric come from? Because their forefathers identified themselves as Ethiopian Hebrews. 1936 letter. So here's a 1936 letterhead, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. So let's go to the next slide. They can't say I'm making it up. So here we see is a membership card of the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, SNDOC, 30 West 129th Street, Rabbi W.A. Matthew. Because this is the guy who's the father of this community that we see today. Very important stuff when you're doing research. Don't find out who these people are. Let's go to the next slide. Wow, here we go with a death certificate. When this man died, the father of the Hebrew groups that say they are anti-African, God doesn't love Africans, where on the death certificate does it tell us that the creator of this doctrine came from? Of C. Stinky old African. He comes from love.
I don't know what you're. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I'm reading this. All right, so here's what it means. All right, in case y'all don't know, to answer your question, right? What this means here. Now, some people may say it in a different way, and totally mean it in a way different way. But what mayate actually means is a man that acts like a straight dude, but prefers doing dudes. That's what a mayate is. But I've done a class on that, showing a historical book from 1900, proving that. So if there's other people out there expressing themselves in a very, so-called racist way, prejudice, they don't know the meaning of it. All right. Jesus said, and I did read your stuff, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're like old Christian, confused and shit. Hey, what's up, Mighty God? What up, bro? Oh, damn it, bro. I forgot to call you, man. My bad. I'm gonna hit you up. Don't trip. Thank you, VTC, for letting me know. All right, appreciate you. And again, this is Bob Smith or David Andrews. You're just wasting time, bro. All right, I'm gonna continue with the class. I've seen many things in my days, but not this. Yeah, for sure, right? So look, remember, I was showing the video regarding this topic, and in case you guys just came in, let me show you this. Boom, check this out. Bam, right there. We're gonna prove that this is what the Bible is talking about with regards to this right here. Check this out. I'll even show you right now. Let's just get into scripture because you got one guy over here tripping out and shit. I don't know. He's probably smoking a lot of dope. Anyways, Revelation 3:9. It says here, I'll read this first part. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not. Now, remember, keep in mind that there's two of these verses in two chapters, one after the other. 2:9, 3:9. You have to wonder why. Why? He's referring to two types of nations, two people that are going to call themselves the Jews of the Bible. And that the majority of society is going to be accepting it, because when you create a history for a purpose that somehow matches the Bible, you can then claim it to be prophecy. And this is why it says here, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, because only he can be that deceiving and give people that much knowledge and power to completely confuse y'all, which say they are Jews and are not. No, West Africans, South Africans, Europeans, because white and black ones are claiming themselves this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. I will, and says, but do lie, behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. Do you realize that there's one of those particular groups that loves to get their boots kissed? Makes you wonder why, right? Now, here's my point. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, right there. So my question is to, the Christians or people don't believe this. What does the hour of temptation mean? Now, we've had the white Jesus for 500 years, for quite some time. Why would it say at this particular moment, the hour of temptation? That to me tells me that there's going to be one last image, one last gimmick, the very last one in the last hour. Now, we're not talking about this to become an hour. This could be months or years, right? The scriptures say a day could be 1,000 years, but then we also read that other days could not mean 1,000 years. So be mindful of it. It says here, from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. Now, what is the historical fact, or supposedly historical narrative? What do we know here in the Americas about slavery? If you remember, since we were kids, we never even connected slavery to us at all. We never assumed that we were on ships. We never assumed that we were conquered. We never assumed any of that. We never assumed that even our history can be so relative to us today. So then it says here, this particular deception is going to go above the whole world. So what nation of people are being accepted to be so-called Hebrews? And they're far from it. They're far from it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it makes you really wonder. So let's continue, because this is my point. And by the way, I'm going to say this. This is not to attack a individual. I don't give a rat's ass who this guy is, who these guys are. It's not about that. It's the entire genre of your doctrine of devils. That's what I'm here to destroy. to prove a point that your deception is over. That is done and over with. Black conquistadors had African and non-Negro mulattoes, Indians, aka USA. Very true. I don't deny that. Matter of fact, you got to remember that the swartiness doesn't always mean woolly hair too. You have to know that, which is why when people came from Europe, they weren't always, how can I say it, woolly haired. They had curly hair, blondish, but not necessarily like British features. You got to follow. Kind of, I'll give you an example. The quarterback that NFL, the most famous one right now, kind of like him. You got to remember. Anyways, let's continue.
Of C, 30 West 120. Next slide. They can't say I'm making it up. So here we see is a membership card of the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, SNDO of C, 30 West 129th Street, Rabbi W.A. Matthew. Because this is the guy who's the father of this community that we see today. Very important stuff that you're going to research. We're going to find out who these people are. Let's go to the next slide. Wow, here we go with a death certificate. When this man died, the father of the Hebrew groups that say they are anti-African, God doesn't love Africans, we're on the...
That guy right there. This guy right here, right? This is Matthews. Matthews. So Matthews, and I showed you this book before. He says, I saw you disappear with my own eyes. Hidden transcripts of New York Black Israelite Bride College. It says here, abstract. To date, scholars have tended to view Black Israelites as mercenaries, derivative, or imitative. However, this micro-historical reading of the public part. Hold on a second. Check it out. Here's what I'm going to do, bro. I kind of learned from the idiot from yesterday, so I'm going to put your ass on timeout. That's what I'm going to do. Okay? Because, listen, Bob, it's like, what are you doing now, bro? Seriously, what are you doing? I don't understand. Like, what's your point? You know what I mean? Make it make sense, bro. Like, you guys come here and nobody believes, I don't know why you come to this channel and think that you're going to, I'm a fisherman of men and I'm going to pluck those people out of that channel because that's false. Dude, really? Stop it. Ain't no, everybody here, the majority of the people that listen to this channel right here, to be quite frank with you, I'm kind of like 40 and 60. Just get over it, bro. Move on or shut up and listen. Let's continue. However, this micro-historical reading of the public, partial and hidden transcripts of New York Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthews' beliefs and ritual practices demonstrate that Black Israelites did not simply imitate Jews, but rather they were bricoleurs. Okay, so let me understand. Let's learn together what this word means right here. Bam. Bricoleur means one who engages in bricolage, I guess. Okay, well, that doesn't say enough. Let's go to this one right here. It says here, bricolage, construction achieved by using whatever comes to hand. Oh, right. So kind of like wobbleism. Just like wobbleism. You know, culomiados, right? Hey, mighty guide, man. Appreciate those classes, those short videos you've done, bro. Like culomiados. He put together, matter of fact, let me show you, man. Let me see. Maybe I can get one. He puts together these particular videos, right? And brother mighty guide, he actually proves the point. I had done a class on that video as well, where he's using those the people there. Supposedly they're natives of this land, but they're technically Africans. And culomiados, man, is like, bro, you just got to go way out of your way, bro. Like, you got to go way out of your way. It's completely lie. So that's why it means bricolage. You know what I'm saying? Like, and listen, I'm not losing my point. I'm on track on this. This is bricolage, using a bunch of false narrative put together, glued to have I don't know, like some belief. Let's continue.
This is a deceitful viral video.
They had Negro features and resemble a lot of the
The photograph is of a Surui man, featured on the Smithsonian Magazine article. These are photos of the Surui.
region is in South Pacific Asians or Malays, right? And you can see them doing their dance here. They do the foot. Almost a lot of Native American tribes in the north, dance with their feet as well. They stomp their feet. And the guy, when he's explaining this part, he's saying that it sounds like merengue, cha-cha-cha, like a merengue cha-cha-cha.
Here's what Cremio edited out of the original audio.
It's kind of a combination of cha-cha-cha and merengue. You hear these rattles now. It's just like Africa, John. The language and the customs and the music is all imported from Africa. All imported from Africa, and they're pure Africans. And they're pure Africans. They're very proud of their racial background. The children have full command of this African.
The Cremio version.
They're singing, drumming, according to him. This is his account from the interview. I took the audio off because it had background music. I didn't want to get a copyright.
The language and the customs and the music is all imported from Africa, and they're pure Africans.
The Cremio version.
Or the video taken down. But you can find that YouTube down in the links. Video originals, you can hear what he's saying.
It's all imported from Africa, and they're pure Africans.
Here's what Cremio edited out of the audio.
They're very proud of their racial background.
The original video repeatedly identifies the Bushmen as people of the African race. These pseudos deliberately lie to mislead thousands.
Bricolage, constructing things out of nowhere, and you know what's so interesting? Yeah, he's definitely a grifter, bro. I call him culomiados, to be quite frank with you. Anyways, the thing about this guy is that he is also a Khazo Sephardic. I don't know which one he is, but I know he's a fake Jew, and he's pushing this narrative, teaching so-called natives that they're the original people. Now, this is why I'm so adamant about this particular prophecy that we see here, the last hour of temptation, because if you were really the people, why are you interested in other people's nations? If you're so great, why are you digging into ours? I know why, because I know my history. So I've studied my stuff, and I realize why this is so important. And you went above and beyond your limits to use Satan to help you. We're going to prove it right now. Watch this. It says here, when Arthur Matthews, remember this guy here, okay? This guy right here, because remember the Black Masonic agenda. Let's continue. Arthur Matthews believes in ritual practices. That has nothing to do with the Bible. The Bible scripturally said, don't ever do that. Now it says, demonstrates that Black Israelites did not simply imitate Jews, but rather they were bricolers who constructed a polycultural religion that creatively reworked threads from religious faiths, secret societies, and magical grimoires. Man. Let me see what you say. Well, hey, hold on. Let me read that real quick. What I Culomiados, the scissor hands editing stuff. Yeah. Culio scissor hand miado hand. They put a law out saying anyone grifting, it's 5 years in prison, 250K money. We in the age of exposing guys. Damn, I didn't know that, bro. Wow, bro. That is, that's interesting. Stuff gonna flip. Just stay on them. That's right, bro. Culomiados is Lex with a mask on. Oh, that's hold on.
That's right.
I'll do it again.
That's right.
For real, bro. But again, let's go back to this. Look how they put together this particular doctrine. The same doctrine that they're trying to enslave you in. That are telling you that you're on the bottom still. Like the scripture said in Deuteronomy 28:43. They will be on the strangers above shall get above you very high, and thou shalt come down very low. So low, even spiritually, that you'll believe a stranger that he's correct. Like the song says, yo go to the voy al diablo para pedirle consejos, güey. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Black Israelites, that's who they are. Religious identity was imagined and performed in sidewalks lectures in Marcus Garvey's Liberty Hall. What are they? Pan-Africanists. That's what they are. Now check this out. It was embodied through Caribbean pageants and acted out in parades. Black Israelism was lived through secret, spiritualist, and Kabbalistic rituals and taught openly through Sunday schools and Masonic affiliates. We've studied a little bit of the Sephiroth and the concept of Kabbalah. The 10 heads, the 10 crowns, the 7 heads, the 7 chakras, Jacob's ladder, the manifestation of 4 worlds. All of this is wicked ass stuff because they're dealing with actual demons. Here we're going to see how this guy actually used them. How do we know? Let's continue. Let's continue here. Look, it says here, let me continue here. It says your Black Judaism successfully hid both its origin in Pentecostal churches and its secret knowledge drawn from Freemasonry, Jewish Kabbalah, and African American conjuring. Again, I don't believe, maybe I'm wrong, but if I am, well, then I'm going to pay for it. But all I'm trying to do is show our people who we are, according to the Bible, according to history, according to pretty much everything outside of the curses, and who these people are, because we already know who the other ones are, but it's based on their doctrine of devils to make you believe something that is not true. Isaiah 44 says anybody that even claims an image is like that, they show their vanity. That's clearly it. Like people want to have what? A white Jesus, a black Jesus, a Mexican one, a Samoan one, an Asian one. You know what I'm saying? You expose yourself by who you are. Now, here, the bright coleridge that goes on is the practice of wickedness, of Satanism. I'm not lying. This is written right here. Look, you guys can check the book out. Look, this is Matthew's. Matthew's right here. Check this out. Magical practices borrowed from popular esoteric sources. Let me read it again. The microhistory of the development of Rabbi Matthew's theology. This is where all this Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine came from. All of it from them. The source is wicked. Like they say, if the root is wicked, so is the tree. Family, you got to start waking up, man. The hour of temptation is here, and this is it. Because these people are leading you into destruction. Because if you really think for a second, just think about it. All we've known was this history, that blacks were enslaved, white people did it, and we were just here in this land. White people brought diseases, and they enslaved us and killed us all, and we're not here anymore. We're a mixture of mestizos, supposedly, but black folks never mixed, right? They all stayed the same. That was the narrative. We didn't know any better. Now, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to show you the video at the end so it can prove to you that we were not literally, we were illiterate up until 1930, man. The majority of the so-called Hispanics, Mexicans, Central, South Americans, we didn't read and write. Even in the 1900s, in early 1905, 1910, you have to understand that. They've been dealing with history for quite some time. Be mindful. This is what the narrative was, that happened to them. So if you are a believer of the Bible and you have empathy for people, you're going to believe it. It's going to seem so real, yeah, that happened to them. I remember I used to watch some movies in slavery, and I would watch the movie Amistad, and I would cry. And I remember my wife would ask me, why are you crying? I go, because I feel like our gente went through that. This is way before I have any understanding of this. I feel like our people went through it. We just don't have movies, we don't. And at that time, I didn't read. I wasn't a reader. Little did I know. So that narrative, if you live that way and don't know any better, you're going to believe that these people are the people of the Bible. Or that Jesus is a moreno with woolly hair. That whole Revelation 1:14 doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Let me see that real quick, bro. I've been a part of the Black community hardcore since 2019. Then in 2010, I realized these motherfuckers are demon hustlers. Yeah. Well, hey, listen. Scriptures say that if anybody's trying to make merchandise out of you, that should tell you a lot about the people. This knowledge should not cost you a damn thing. It shouldn't cost. If you guys are really trying to help people, I could understand that, but it shouldn't cost you a damn thing. And all these BHIs do is collect money, and then they say they want to use Acts 4. Oh, we distribute, evenly. Yeah, that's right. Nate the Snake from IUIC is 17 million net worth. Is he spreading that money love to the rest of the people that are in his congregation? Hell no, bro. Come on. Once again, Matthew's inspiration and sources, a fuller treatment would have included Freemasonry, spiritualism, black nationalism, and an African-American version of Orientalism. What else did he do? Conjurings, right? Look what he did. Now, we all know that there is some madness to this drawing of designs, because there are some books out there that, supposedly tell you how to conjure spirits. This is on page, I believe, 69. It says, a Kabbalistic science and the hidden theology of Black Judaism. You see this? Harlem's Black Judaism was part of the Black nationalist search for economic and cultural self-sufficiency and championed in the interwar period by Jamaican-born organizer Marcus Mosey Garvey. Remember, this is 1920. What did I do with the class yesterday? What happened? We saw the Repatriation Act, the wetback operation, the fumigation, Carmelita Torres. I didn't share that yesterday, but during this time, we were being deported and being fumigated with shit. Let's not forget this. The whole entire time. So be mindful of it. Okay? So now, remember, keep in mind. So this is the BHI doctrine. This is the BHI root. And this root is wicked as hell. I'm not the one saying it. This is not me emotionally upset about people. No, I am reading this and I'm like, holy this is crazy. So once again, you have to be mindful. If you really are about the scripture, what does this mean? Revelation 3:10, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, because some of us were losing our minds, bro. I didn't have no answer prior to knowing anything of this. I don't know what I would do at this time right now if I didn't know what I know. I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, because you know what? It does feel good being part of a congregation. I know it does, man. I've been part of one. But when you start applying your discernment, you realize we're just not the same people. And at that moment, you have to determine, well, if I'm not a Hebrew, then I'm not. And that's how I went about it. If I'm not, I'm not. I'm still going to keep these commandments. However, it didn't play out that way. Then it says here, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon, upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So this right here is telling me that everybody's going to know this particular doctrine of devils. And what does he do? What does Matthew do? In late 1920, Matthew preached to pass-buyers from a stepladder in the traditions of Harlem Street speakers. They still do this now. One member of the Commandment Keepers remembers it was 1927 when I first saw Rabbi Matthew on Lenox Avenue. Remember? These guys were reading the Bible. We didn't even know how to read or write in Spanish, let alone English, Hawk. So now let's get to the nitty-gritty. Check this out. Rabbi Matthews used a DeLawrence writing to create magical rituals and a Hebraic creed that allowed him to be filled with God's Spirit. Matthew based that he called his Kabbalistic science on the most popular of the Lawrence books, the 6th and 7th book of Moses. Now there, I believe they have, I'll read it. A manual of magic that claims to divulge the Kabbalistic secrets of the ancient Hebrews, meaning to conjure spirits and have power over them. This is Black Hebrew doctrine. This is that last hour of temptation right here. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. This is it. We already went through the first one. This is the second one and the very last one. Check this out. A manual of magic that claims to divulge the Kabbalistic secrets of the ancient Hebrews. The work purports to be a collection of ancient Hebraic sacred text diagrams, incantations, and prayers attributed to Moses and other biblical patriarchs. In between long glosses written by DeLawrence. Then it says the 6th and 7th book of Moses' acceptance of the African diaspora is due to part of the prestige of Moses with Afro-Atlantic spiritual traditions, as well as suspicions that whites have not shared the whole Bible, but was hidden, blah, blah, blah. Check this out. See, look at this right here. Let me go back. On the other hand, hold on. On one hand, the occult in general, a ritual magic specifically, contain a strong strain of Jewish Kabbalah. BHIs, That means IUIC, GMS, Sakari, ISUPK, IOC, IOGG, whatever that group is. Anybody that's still practicing and claiming that Jesus is black, God is black, they got woolly hair, and anybody that came from that root that claimed that the end of the world was in 2000, they came from this root right here. So you should have already had your proof that these are fake prophets. Deuteronomy 18:20 says it, but you guys don't believe it. Anyways, it says, on the other hand, the occult also drew from the Neoplatonism and Hermeticism that influenced Renaissance Europe so strongly, and Moses became identified with Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary figure who was alleged to have compiled a body of ancient Egyptian mysticism known as Hermetica. Man, come on, man. This is Matthew all day, every day. He basically drew a diagram right here, family. Look at that. It can't get any more wicked than this. You know what I mean? I mean, you tell me. You tell me. And before I move on to the book I'm going to show you, please don't leave because this book's heavy. Let's let it play. Let's let this play. Because again, sometimes it's a spirit that moves, man. Let me see how fast this goes.
On the death certificate,
hold on.
Does it tell us that the creator of this doctrine came from? Stinky old Africa. He comes from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's look at it. Rabbi, right? This is his death certificate. Whitworth, Matthews. This is the guy. This is your creator of the Israelite movement that hates Africans, who was part of the Ethiopian Hebrews. But they hate Africans, though. Wow. How do you hate Africans? The man that created your doctrine is from Nigeria, Africa. This is his death certificate. The creator of their doctrine was born in Nigeria. So let's go to the next slide. Wow. That thing we saw earlier with the Ethiopian Hebrews, it's an Ethiopian Hebrew lodge. Masons. Under white folks. Wow. This is not my mail, this is his. So we go to the next slide. This is very interesting because the whole time we thought it was a Hebrew temple, it was a Masonic lodge, and he got raised by a pale white man. And now we see their new symbol today looks mighty like the compass and square, and we see two swords going through it, which is symbolic of the royal ark in Freemasonry. And now it's in this symbolism today, the Israelite school of the universal practical knowledge. The swords that are being seen right here are reflective of the royal ark degree in Freemasonry. So there's no coincidence with all of this. Because if you put a little line here and a little line here, you're going to wind up what they call a Magen David.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows? Huh?
I don't know. I'm not. Yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so.
In Amos, God said, you took up for yourself the star, that's the six-pointed star, of your God, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great.
By the way, in case you guys don't know this, the class from yesterday, and I might have missed showing you guys this, but the Khazars have a six-pointed star in as an emblem before the conversion. But let's continue. I'll find it. I'll probably show it. If not, I'll show it in another class.
Baal, the great fire god, who's the devil. You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper on October 28, 1927, stated, Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?
So we see this nice little Magen David, 6-point star, some of us know. 1979 Rabbi Matthew passes. New leadership also name change from Royal Order to Israelite Rabbinical Academy. So they didn't want to change the name. Now they're Israelites.
Hey, but you want to know something, Warakuya? That's why it's important, bro, that if you're going to expose people, that your shit is clean. You know what I mean? That you got no skeletons in your closet, bro. I mean, we all like kind of deal with them, I guess. I don't really have any. I've already prayed, cleansed myself. I'm talking about with society, like, oh, someone's going to come back. Like, you have to be cleansed from that because this shit will come back and haunt you. You know what I'm saying? So again, yeah, he exposed him, but look what happened to him. And that is very prevalent in that community. Let's go.
Those who turn to Jewish traditions to augment their spiritual lives, in actuality are turning to Pharisaism. Jewish scholars admit the fact that modern Judaism is Pharisaism. Pharisaism became Talmudism.
So we see who got their hands all in this Israelite culture. So then later, as eternal strife of commandment keepers will culminate, obviously.
Okay, so let's go through the names. Let's go through the back. FOI. Damn wicked ass Satanist. NOI. Damn wicked ass Satan Negroes. FOPI. Wicked Negroes. GOCC. IUIC. AOC. ICUPK or ISUPK or ISUPK. All of you guys are Satanist wicked ass Negroes. This is your root. This is where you come from. This is your doctrine. This is what you teach. This is what you showed us. And you never denied this guy. And you knew about this information. This is why when I started finding this history of not just white folks enslaving natives, and I'm going to show you guys how the first slaves were us. Partus sequitur ventrum happened to us. It didn't happen to them. That's a bullshit lie. Excuse my language. Sorry, family. But I'm going to show you today. Let's continue.
Direction causes problems. Early separation from commandment keepers by Rabbi Abba Bivens. Abba Bivens will eventually create school of the Torah. Old Testament Abba Bivens will be critically beaten and named Ariah, Yaqub, and Peter Sherrod, who said he came in a personage of King David leaders. Ariah will change teachings of Abba Bivens by adding Messianic New Testament, thereby forming what you know today as the ISUPK, the ICUPK.
Hey, Tlakanetkimni. I always have a hard time saying name. You can look at Diodorus Siculus. Matter of fact, this right here, I'll put the link up. It's I think you'll like this. Is if you're doing that research, that's a good route. I was sharing this with some brothers earlier. I was like, listen, you got to dig deep into our history, and you got to learn their history, the other nations. You have to learn theirs. Just like it is important to learn ours, you got to learn theirs. So right here, that link right there, you can use that. Cheat some homework on it. I believe that in section 5.19.20, if I'm not mistaken, on this link, you will see that the Carthaginians, the Phoenicians, they did see an island from afar. And there were people there already, which was us. And there was a proper, beautiful civilization. This is what the the Wobbles don't share. Or the BHIs that only want to go black BHI, right? You know what I'm saying? They share like, oh, yeah, we saw an island and we conquered it. That's bullshit. They never did. And there were civilized people here. As a matter of fact, he states, Diodorus Siculus in his history states the same thing that the conquistadors said when they first arrived here with Cortez, that he was so amazed about the aqueducts, the floating islands, the floating gardens, the clean home, the clean streets, the beautiful mountains, all that. He says the same thing in Diodorus Siculus. Diodorus Siculus was around 60 BC. That's a very good angle, bro. Let's continue.
Israel, your AOC, and all the other people that exist, the ICIU and all that. Spin-off camps.
In case you guys are not aware, the Babylonians wore fringes that way. Just letting you know.
Numbers 15. The Lord said to Moses,
"Speak to the people of Israel and tell them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put a cord of blue on the tassel of each corner."
Yeah, hey, mighty guy. I'm gonna call you MG. Yo, if you really connect the dot on that one, the knowledge, aka the god of Da'at or Death or Da'at or death, right? They see darkness as light, the god of light, the knowledge of light, the Insav. That's why it's Baphomet. We did the other, what was it? Saint Germain, right? I believe that G is actually for Saint Germain. That's their God. That's their Jesus. But it all comes from, and it's all relative to Druidism. If you really followed and studied Druidism, you'll find every practice in the world that are basically applying to this day right now. Back then to this day, it has never changed. It's just amazing to me that it actually has been like this. Let me see what you got. Black conquistadors have Indian slaves and African slaves. Yeah, watch. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you. However, the first people that were enslaved were natives, without a doubt. That's without a doubt. I'm gonna show you. The book is called Judicial Cases. I'll show you. We're gonna get to it. Let me just get through this class. Video, sorry.
Deuteronomy 22.
It says, "You shall make tassels on the 4 corners of the clothing." And this word for tassels is different. It's not tzitzit. It's gedalim. And it means twisted threads. And so it's in the sense of twisting. And so when you're looking at a tunic, we know that tunics often would have 4 corners. And here is a photo of a tunic. But you'll notice here that there's one corner, there's the other, and you can kind of see this other corner behind it. And they even have these tassels hanging down on each corner. The Katan Tali had this opening for the head so that you can wear it over your shoulders.
So again, Masonry, a lot of the founding of America was based on Moorish science. So again, Masonry is based on Moorish science. So they would have these Moorish advisors around them. If you look at old paintings of George Washington, you will see George Washington standing next to a black man with a turban. And remember, when you see the black man with the turban, that's a Moor. That's not a slave. See, people automatically assume that black is slave, but slaves didn't wear no turbans.
Hey, mighty guy, you have a point. You kind of have a point, bro. I'm gonna show you why. Okay, I'm gonna show you why. Because you have a point. And again, we're coming to the fruition. I guess you could say the fruition. The coming together. Some of us come from different understandings that might have some kind of difference. But when you really pay attention to the things that you say to each other, if you are like I say, if you're studying what your material or turbo, I don't want to talk about just you, mighty guy, just in general, right? If you're studying your material, I study my material. So when people, and I've had this conversation with other brothers too, they'll share stuff, and then I find it in the Bible and share with them, like, yeah, that's what the Bible says. Like, oh shit. So we, like I said, man, it walks you in crooked ways. You know what I'm saying? So let me see if I can find this. Hold on. Hold on. Where's it at, man? If I can find it right now, it'd be great, family. I may not be able to be quite frank with you, because I know that it's in Wisdom of Solomon, but I don't remember if it's in 13, 14. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. So the people of mine, which in hardiness, just receive me next. Matter of fact, let it play, and then I'll confirm your point, bro. Hold on. Let me look for it. Oh shit! Come on, man.
Because remember, slaves weren't allowed to practice no Islam or any other kind of religion except Christianity.
Moorish Science Temple of America, founded in Newark, New Jersey, in 1913 by Timothy Drew, known to followers as Noble Drew Ali and also as the Prophet. Drew Ali thought that all blacks were of Moorish origins but had their Muslim identity taken away from them through slavery and racial segregation. Noble Drew Ali wrote, "Black Americans were actually Asiatics who descended from the Moabites." Teachings of Noble Drew Ali, from the Moorish Questionnaire, better known as the Moorish 101. Number 5. Who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's Prophet. 17. What is our religion? Islamism. Number 87. In all reality, what is a Negro? A Negro is a four-legged animal. 88. What is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means death. 90. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. 91. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. 94. Will you define the word white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. The Nation of Islam grew out of the contested succession to Drew Ali and became a separate organization in Detroit in 1932. In addition to the main body of Freemasonry derived from the British tradition, there are now a number of appendant groups which draw their membership from the higher degrees of Freemasonry.
All right, I found it. Let me look for it real quick. It's actually in Jubilees. Check this out, bro. As you mentioned, where's it at? This right here, right? That the mind is Satan. Well, keep in mind that, well, I'll give you an example. In the scriptures, I believe in Mark 4:5, and when the gentleman was in the caves and the Meshiach comes up to him, gets those demons out of him, they say, throw me in the pigs, in the flesh, right? Because remember, be afraid of him. Don't be afraid of him that can destroy only the body. Be afraid of him that can destroy the body and the mind. So they're very mindful, and I do believe that that's where wickedness dwells. That's why it says the helmet of salvation. He that has a hedge will more likely have more protection. It's always talking about the mind, the mind. That's why Paul said, hey, check it out, man. There's a wicked ass mind in me. Somehow, some way, it still wants to sin. So check this out. This is on Jubilees 12:20. Watch what he reads. Deliver me from the hands of evil spirits who have dominion over the thoughts of men's heart, meaning mine, and let them not lead me astray from you. So deliver me from the hands of spirits, of evil spirits who have dominion over the thoughts of man's heart. And we can confirm that. Would I believe, which one is it? Wisdom of Solomon, I believe it was, oh no, Sirach 23. Thank you, Father. It says here, O Lord and Father, governor of all my whole life, leave me not to their counsels and let me not fall by them. Now, if you read it, you would think, oh, that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just other people. No. We're confirming Jubilees 12:20. Verse 2, who will set scourges over my thoughts and the discipline of wisdom over my mind or my heart, that they spare me not for mine ignorance and it pass not by my sins. Lest my ignorance increase and my sins abound to my destruction. And I fall before my adversaries, meaning the mind, the wicked ass Satan that's in here. The mind enemy rejoice over me, whose hope is far from thy mercy. So again, remember, we are dealing with spirits. So whatever it is that you chew on, mentally or spiritually, is what you become. So you got a point. Let me continue with this. Now, we have the video. We just showed it right now. All right. Let me not sidetrack. So now let me show you this real quick, because we're seeing, matter of fact, man, let's go ahead and segue into that one real quick, bro. Thank you. So I was kind of going to go to this anyway. So let's begin here on this particular chapter, in case you guys don't know. For some reason, some of these BHIs love to use this in certain aspects of it, but they don't really get into it when it comes to them. Jubilees 10:28 says this, and Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. This was after Reu. Okay? You understand that? And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west. That is to the sea, West Africa. So here we see a spirit, an envious spirit, because this doesn't belong to him. They want someone else's inheritance. What do we see here in Wahhabism? In society, BHIs, they say they're the Jews and you're not. Here we see Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea, West Africa. And we see that here. Check this out. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and for the borders of the sea. So we see that that's all the land of Israel. Check this out. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours. Don't they have certain people, like certain people of their tribes or tribesmen, that tell them, hey, listen, we're not those people, man. Be proud that we're Africans. They tell them, you have settled in a land which is not yours. Yo, listen, you're not Aztecs. You're not Mayans, man. What the hell are you talking about, man? We're Africans. We're not Native Americans. And which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so. For if you do so, you and your sons will fall into in the land and be accursed through sedition. What does sedition mean? We'll look for it. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and shall be rooted out forever. Now, mighty God, you were talking about that they're starting to kind of get the fire on it. Dwell not in the dwellings of Shem, for to Shem and his sons did come by lot. Now, you guys are thinking, well, no, it doesn't. Okay, I'll give an example. If you go back to chapter 9, okay, here it talks about the portions, how they were distributed. testing 1 2 3. Really, no sound, bro? For real? Wow, dude, that's crazy, man. I didn't even mute it, bro. That's nuts. I didn't even mute it. That's crazy, man. I just honestly did not mute it. All I did is just walked away for a second. Damn, wicked people, bro. Just Diablo's way. Okay, so let me go back up. All right, at least you guys got to see it. The mark of the beast, right? The Black Messiah. He says he supposedly saw the son of perdition. All right, so, again, then he goes into these particular ideologies about, the UPC being the 666 number, all that stuff, right? Destroying the economy, whatnot. But then he goes into the image. Now, we've been given this image for quite some time now, and they've been actually telling us, hey, listen, you guys need to really, really, really start checking into this particular thing here. You know what I'm saying? So check this out. So here we go. Was he still no sound, bro? Still no sound? Yeah, there's sound. Hey, there's no sound? Checking. No sound still. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, there's sound, bro. What the hell? Damn. Everybody left, huh? Fucking impatient people, bro. Pinche gente, wey. It's amazing you guys how quick you move. Sound leaves and shit, and y'all just skedaddle. Anyways, doesn't matter. So here's the actual image that he's talking about. All right. And now we see this here. So we know who finances the propaganda and who acts the propaganda, right? We know that now. We understand that now. Check this out. So here we see Michael Jackson, Francis Ford Coppola, George Lucas. Here it goes, right? Here. It says, there is a power that is given to certain people to do things that is not of God Almighty. Many people, for example, believe Michael Jackson is the second Christ. People walk on fire to his song. Beat it, they say. And the firewalker exclaims, the power is in the music. Now let's take a look at Captain EO, a new attraction at Disneyland, a special 3D musical made by Francis Ford Coppola and George Lucas. Captain means someone in charge, and EO means light, all right? So Michael Jackson plays Captain of the Light. That is exactly what Lucifer was. Lucifer was known as the light bearer. Light bearer. Once again, remember you were saying regarding the knowledge, the da'at, right, MG? It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Light bearer. The Ensof, Baphomet. If you guys been following the Freemasonry book that I've been sharing with y'all, you can understand exactly where this goes. Now it says, Lucifer was known as the light bearer. As Captain EO, he has fire coming out of his fingertips, and he had changed, and he changes the world from bad to good, which is what the Messiah is supposed to do. Here it goes. I do believe, let me read this again. I do believe Satan is going to appear as a black entity. How long have I been telling y'all when I actually said this? It prophetically speaking, and I'm not calling myself nothing that of that sense. Like I'm no, you know, only people can technically say that, man. You cannot say that about yourself. That's kind of my assumption of things. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. Habakkuk 1:5. It says, behold ye among the heathen. Hold on. Let me read it in a very easier way. It says here, let's go simple. It goes here. No, not this one. Come on, give me a simple one. Oh my dear God, bro. Come on. Just a simple one. Oh, this okay, so apparently it doesn't even give me a simple one. So it's talking to us here. All right, let me just read it this way. It says here, behold ye among the heathen, and regard, Habakkuk 1:5, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. I told y'all there was such a thing as white and black conquistadors. Nobody believed me. And then I said, yo, listen, man, I think these people are them right here, because I couldn't believe it when I was told. Verse 8, their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Their horses shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat. Now, we know from the Ivan Sertima's book, there was some truth to that, and they actually quoted that in 700 AD. Habakkuk said this in 600 BC. We find this in 2022, I believe. 1,300 years apart each time, from the prophetic to the bringing it up again in 7 AD to today. You got to wonder why this happens. That's why when you read verse 5, behold ye among the heathen and regard and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. Let's go back. I do believe Satan is going to appear as a black entity. Satan has a chosen people, and I believe it is the black race. Damn. Understand that I don't mean this in terms of prejudice to black people. Jesus was no respecter of people, but Satan is going to use the black race to deceive the rest of the world. What did I say? When you create a history with a narrative, you change it up a bit and say 1619, that's when the first black people came and the white man brought them, blah, 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 blah. The brother earlier was saying, I've done some homework, and these guys have been here historically, already been trying to come here. And you know, we have other people in the past that said, hey, those guys are Canaanites. And I just kind of put the pin on the horse's ass, basically. Bing! Oh, and then Brother Mighty was already on this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So every single one of us has been conclusive to certain points. Some of us have this angle, some of us have that angle, but all of us have been pretty much getting to this point. But Satan is going to use the black race to deceive the rest of the world. Now, why are they using them? That's why you see Wobbleism, BHI, FBA, reparations, all of this, Canaanites, Moors. They're the Moors now. They're the Mayans. They're the Aztecs. They're the Greeks. They're the Romans. They're everybody. So many people are starting to embrace the black movement, BHI. You got white people saying, yeah, you're right, man. They're the people of the Bible, pobrecitos negros. I'm going to do a full Yakab in reverse video tomorrow. Okay, cool, bro. Send me the link. So many people are starting to embrace the black movement. Why? Because when you have a narrative, when you create a history to match the Bible, you can technically call it prophecy. Now, we know Britain's black history aristocrats. See, we didn't know that these people were actually in Europe for some time dealing with the widows. So if you knew the white man, you cannot go now in scriptures and say, oh, we don't know who they are. We don't know their religions. We don't know anything about them. No sabemos nada nosotros de ellos. What are you talking about, bro? You're all over the place here. But so many people are starting to embrace the black movement. Why? Because a lot of these people don't realize, for example, this right here, that there was such a thing as Juan Garrido. Juan Garrido, the El Negro Conquistador. Excellent book, family. Excellent book to have. Here, I'm going to give y'all the link. Y'all can have it. Excellent book to have. We're going to read some of it in a little bit. It's only 85 pages. It takes a while to download. But make sure that you understand why. You know what I mean? There's a reason behind it. So you know, again, we were told that they were never slavers, that they were always enslaved. Again, if you teach a history with the narrative, you can then say, yeah, you're right. We're in the Bible. We was primordial. Let's see. Here goes right here. Free black enslaving holdings in the federal census. One of the most important sources, which can be here. I'll give you the link, so you don't think I'm lying. There goes the link right there. We prove all things in this channel. This is on page, I believe, whatever page. You guys can see it. It says one of the most important sources can be used to examine free black slave holdings in the federal census. The federal enumeration gives not only the number of free black slavers, but also the number of slaves held by black masters. Yet, despite the historical usefulness of the census, such documents present the historian with many problems, particularly when the phenomenon of black slave owning is explored. Since the early federal enumerations were no more than crude census, An accurate census, an accurate depictions of the size or significance of free black slave ownings cannot be obtained without supplementing the original census return with other documents. Only then can you realistically view to be obtained. You see this? So there's a lot of discrepancy in the history because some people try to hide it. Now, remember the other class I did regarding how we lost this upper land that the Freemasons were already establishing lodges in Mexico since 1810, 1815, 1820, 1823, and 1827. 5 lodges between 1810 and 1827, right? Check this out. By 1820, the federal census were refined and inquiries were added, although the procedures were not drastically altered, as well as the recording number of free members and slaves in the household of free blacks. In 1820 census also listed in various columns the sex and age grouping of the free inhabitants and slaves. 4 columns listed age groups of 15 to 26, 26 to 45, and over 45 years of age. By 1830, the federal census was increased from 4 categories to 6. And I showed you guys the actual book of Negroes, slaveholders of 1830, their census. So again, when you have a narrative and you want to teach people and say, yes, we deserve reparations. Why? Because supposedly you got enslaved. But do you know? Did you know that what happened to us? Washington, D.C. approved a budget for next year that includes funds for reparations task force scheduled to study restitutions and develop proposals of the address harms of slavery. Once again, we are reading, and I'm going back and forth with this because it's important. So many people are starting to embrace the black movement. They are number 1 today in practically every field in entertainment. So many people can relate to the apartheid thing, the catalyst of which is hate. Jews can relate to hatred, and homosexuals can relate to hatred. Check this out. The Islamic people are waiting for a Messiah to come by the name of Saint Isa, which is nothing more than Arabic name for Jesus. They will tell you Saint Isa is a black man. One sect of Japanese Buddhists is waiting for Saint Fudu, a black Messiah. In the Philippines, you've got the black Nazarene. The Jesuits are mixed up in the two. Ignatius Loyola surrendered his life to the Black Virgin of Montserrat. I did a history on him, and he was all over in Ethiopia, and they already had black fathers at this time. So once again, there's so much confusion in this thing. How can you say you are the people of the book, and you say that these white people never met y'all, gave you a language you never knew of, a religion that you weren't familiar with, but yet you're all over Christianity? It says here, Ignatius Loyola surrendered his life to the Black Virgin of Montserrat. Wherever the conquistadors went, listen to this, wherever the black conquistadors and white conquistadors went, they took with him the Black Christ. See what I'm saying, fam? And so most of South America embraces Black Madonna as being the Queen of Heaven, which in the Bible it says it's an abomination of false religion. Once again, I do believe Satan is going to appear as a black entity. Satan has a chosen people, and I believe it is the black race. Understand that I don't mean this in terms of prejudice to black people. Jesus was no respecter of people, but Satan is going to use the black race to deceive the rest of the world. Jubilees chapter 10 verse 28. I know it hurts, but I'm gonna rub it in. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired in his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon and the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. No, your seditious ass went into a land that didn't belong to you. Your seditious asses, right, want things that don't belong to you. Your conduct, speech, inciting people to rebel against authority or state or monarch, agitation, troublemaking, provocation, rebellion, rioting, revolt, submersion. I mean, if you really think about it, now let's go to, I'll say this, let's go to thesauruses. So you can understand what sedition actually means. To revolt, insurgency, overthrow, outbreak, subversion, coup d'etat, overthrowing government, right? Things that don't belong to you. You're a seditious nation. Treachery. What you want me to tell you? This is who you guys are. Let's continue with this. So now we have a book called Los Aztecas bajo el dominio en español. Okay, so we're going to go into this particular, where are you at right now? Let me see the pages. Page 248. Okay, let's go back to page 248. I believe it's up here. Sorry, right here. Yep, right here. This is in Spanish, okay? So I'm going to read it in Spanish. Give me a second here. It goes right here. Watch what these guys do. All right? This isn't hate, man. These are facts. That's what it is. Page 248. Los aztecas bajo el dominio español. El obraje habitual, in case you don't speak Spanish, get a translator. El obraje habitual era una sola empresa que albergaba a sus propios empleados. La tecnología de la manufactura estaba dividida y especializada, siendo la principal operación el lavado, la cardadura, el hilado y el tejido. Escuchen, ¿eh? La mayoría de los empleados eran indios. The majority of the employees were natives, okay? Los negros y los mulatos eran utilizados como frecuencia como guardias. The blacks and mulattoes, the Negroes and mulattoes, were used as guards. A principio del siglo 1700, right? 1700, la ciudad de México tenía 25 obreras que fabricaban telas y dice que fabricaban sombreros. Okay? So now let's go to the next one. It says here, page 250. No es sorprendente, por tanto, que los empresarios de obrajes se convirtieran en patrones de primera clase para desarrollar técnicas complementarias de empleo, distintas de la encomienda, el repartimiento, la sentencia judicial y la esclavitud de los negros. All right? So we're seeing them in there. Check this out. Esto. This is on page 286, okay? It says, aparte de la anajenación directa a las tierras, ciertos rasgos secundarios de la tendencia española de la tierra afectaban gravemente el bienestar de los indios. Follow what it's saying. It says, ciertos rasgos secundarios de la tendencia española de la tierra afectaban gravemente el bienestar de los indios. La presencia de una propiedad española cerca de una comunidad indígena resultaba en lo que los sirvientes negros llamaban agravios, robo y violación de las casas indígenas. What are we seeing right now? What do we see in Memphis? What do we see in all these other reports? That so-called black folks are attacking our brothers and sisters, the paleteros, the street vendors. Well, I'm going to show you a video of these Arabs now. They're doing it too. Here we see that usually in neighborhoods of natives, when you have Spaniards around, what really makes it very difficult and grievous is that these negros go in there. They rob and violate the homes of the indigenous people. You see this right here? The indigenous people. I'm not saying this is saying it right here. Let's get ahead real quick. Get all the way to the bottom. We go here, 383. Let's see. Sorry, this is acting weird, family. All right, let me see. 3. Come on, bro. Okay, I think it's this one. Damn, bro, what the hell? Give me a second. I guess it's not going to let me. I really don't know why it's acting like this, man. Wow, this is crazy. Oh, well, I'll leave it for another time. Well, we already tackled this book. We got this one right here, one more. Let's see, hold on a second. Yes, Shilling. If you read the New Testament verse, if you understand the verse tells you it's black man, that's the devil. Oh. Which verse in the New Testament? It's a huge, there's a lot of books in there. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know which book. There's a lot of books in there. All right, so we got here the Journal of the Negro History. Okay. It says here, among the quaint old 17th century statues of Virginia may be found the following significant enactment. No Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoy their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nations. So here they pass a law that now blacks and natives cannot buy white people, which is why you can see that white folks, black folks, Asian folks, all kinds of people have been enslaved. That's why not everybody, everybody can fit Deuteronomy 28 in certain cases, but not everybody can fit the curses and everything outside of the curses. Only you guys can. Those are facts. Christians in this act meant persons of white race. Indentured servitude was a condition and status of no small part of the white population of Virginia when the law was enacted. While it is not part of our purpose in this article, so it showed that the white servants were ever bound in servitude to colored masters. The inference for this prohibition upon the property rights of the free Negroes is that colored free men had at least attempted to acquire white or Christian servants. Those are facts. Yeah. If you can give me the verse, bro, that'd be good, bro. Appreciate that. I'm honestly, I'm sure it could go with what I'm showing. So here's this right here. Look, and I'm not gonna get too into it because I think I'm just kind of beating the horse, bro, beating a dead horse at this point. If you guys ain't getting it, I don't know what else to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these books are clear. They're literally telling you. It's literally telling you right here. So we read that already. So let me start getting rid of books here. Boom. Yes, leave. Close this up. Oh, now we're gonna get into this right here. But before we do, this is the book I want to show you. Judicial cases concerning what the hell's going on with this thing, bro? Okay, I'm gonna have to do it like this, okay? Judicial cases concerning American slavery. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. What time is it? Okay. I'll try to finish up. I got about I'm gonna put about 20 minutes of this, and then I'm gonna show y'all a video after to finish off with a nice icing on the cake. You know what I'm saying? Judicial cases concerning American slavery and the Negro. Keep in mind, family, 1902, 1926, okay? Keep in mind, write these notes down of these books. This is on page 63, okay? Watch what it says. I'm going to prove this point. The first slavers were, the first people that were enslaved were you natives. It's time till you understand our history. With no hate, no prejudice, no racism. Now, it is what it is. Y'all were given the authority to rule over us. Fine. Your time's going to come. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that leadeth with the sword shall be killed with the sword. So I'm good, man. Vengeance is of the Lord. However, the colonists did not depend on traffic or kidnapping for supply of Indian slaves. Why? But took the enemy pagan by their own progress in war and enslaved them long before the passage of Virginia Act of 1676 to 1679. In case you guys don't know, I did a class on Partis Equitreventrum. I gave you several books to confirm this too. When forces were being raised in Maryland in 1652 for a march against the Eastern Shores Indians. Such Indian prisoners as shall happen to be taken are declared the spoils of those who financed the expedition. Now we know who was the wealthy people at that time, Sephardics. Indians were also reduced to slavery in punishment for crimes. This is in the 16th. How come we didn't know this? Right? Remember, when you're being given a narrative of this society, teaching you fake ass history that somehow you can say it's in the Bible, well, yeah, everybody can get tricked. And the Black Messiah will make sense for you. But that's not the case. The last hour temptation. Now, we never knew that you guys always brought Black Jesus with you. Well, nothing new under the sun, because the Spirit always comes back and you guys are just manifesting yourselves once again. But this time, they ain't no black plagues or smallpox from Africa. Suckers, we're fully awake now. Thus, we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians. Well, hold on a second. What? Right. And you guys want reparations? From who? It says here, thus we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians, not Negroes. BHI, ISUPK, GMS. Okay, anybody that thinks I'm wrong, this is the time now to hit the effing link. Prove me that I'm wrong. Prove me that you're the people of the Bible, and prove me that this damn heathen Satan is really the Messiah. Show me. Prove us that this is really the God. This is not it. I'm gonna give you guys a little hint here real quick. I'm gonna read this to you guys, okay? I'm gonna read this to you guys so you can see this. Watch this. I'm gonna read this to you guys so you can see that I'm not playing. They gave it away. The moment these BHI said they ruled Europe, bro, they gave it away to me. They just gave it away. I'm like, wait a minute, I know the Bible. It contradicts a lot of things that you guys are saying. So check this out. This is from the Golden Age of the Moor by Van Sertima. Yes, we know he's a pseudo, right? But remember, in lies, there's some truth. Just like with history, in lies, there's some truth. So in his Golden Age of the Moors, in page 336, watch what it says. This is a European scholar, a Swarthy one, who had sympathy for the Christians, the white ones, right? Remember, we just read the Christians were white people. Okay. It says, the reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch. Do you see this guy's face? Their eyes shone like burning candles. You see this right here. So black as pitch, burning candles, right? Okay. And then it says, their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fierce than a wolf's sheepfold at night. Which is why, when I was bringing out Habakkuk 1 and 5, behold ye among the heathen, and regard and marvel and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. What is that? Their horses are swifter than leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. What the hell? They said the same thing here. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders more fierce than the wolves in a sheepfold at night. This is what they said when the dark-skinned people came and conquered the light-skinned ones in Europe. Who are you? The damn wicked person himself. Thus, we have shown that the first slave in the colony of Virginia were Indians, not Negroes, and that the law of the colony sanctioned Indians. Listen, and that the laws of the colony sanction Indian slavery, except as regards prospective importance by land. For a few years after the passage of the Act of 1670, the practice of the colonists in accordance to their laws is illustrated by the case in the courts of Virginia and Maryland. From 1627 and 1831, and in 1627, some Indians of Carib Islands were brought into the country by Captain Sampson, but the experience was too disastrous to warrant repetition, at least on a whole scale. Besides the traffic in Indian slaves between Virginia and Maryland colonists mentioned above, Maryland courts record contain other instances of Indian slavery. Paul Simpson Mariner in 1648 complained that Captain Elbert Hill had not delivered to him 2 Indian boys whom had covenanted to deliver. So now, culomiados, if these were so-called black folks, like Africans, why are they differentiating them from Negroes to Indians? Stupid ass. Same page. In the latter history of the Indian slavery in Virginia, it is the female Indian slave who is prominent as the ancestress of slaves pertaining for freedom. For if she had been enslaved unlawfully, her descendants in the female line were free, in accordance with the axiom of the civil law. Partis sequitur ventrum, which is accepted generally, except in Maryland for a few years. That meant that he who comes the way that, okay, if the woman is a slave, her children are slaves. If the woman was free, her children were free. But our people were enslaved regardless. So all these black folks, when your grandma says she was native and you're all proud of that shit, well, guess what? Your grandpapa of African descent raped the shit out of her. And you're proud of that. And that conveys you to want to steal a nation and a history and a heritage. It's a sad case nowadays. Page 64 says here, must have been brought as slaves to Virginia. For a witness testified that he heard a certain other person now dead saying in the year 1701 that when he was a lad about 12 years old, those women were brought to this colony in a ship. Deuteronomy 28:68. By the act of 1676, 1679, and 1682, slavery closed in again. First on Indians captured in war by soldiers, and finally on all Indians sold by our neighboring Indians or any other trafficking with us as slaves. So we see the sellouts too. The Indians were brought in and held in slavery for many years subsequent to 1682, as indicated by the evidence of witnesses and the assertions of counsels in cases brought from 19 to 150 years later. You see this? It says here, to try their titles to freedom were descendants of Indian women brought into this country by traders or several times between the years 1682 and 1748, and by them sold as slaves under the Act of Assembly and made in 1682. Mason, Freemason, counsel for the plaintiff asserts that hundreds of the descendants of Indians brought in between 1682 and 1684 have obtained their freedom on actions brought on this court. You see this? The court gave judgment against many descendants of Indians introduced and held as slaves between 1682 and 1705. That many Indians were reduced to slavery between 1691 and 1701 is shown by Henning's assertion that thousands of their descendants were deprived of their liberty and were sued for it later on. In a revisal of the law of 1705, an act concerning servants and slaves reenact chapter 1 of the Act of 1682 in substance, but omits the word Indian and the special clause representing Indian slaves. What is the definition of partus sequitur ventrum? An Indian mulatto's suit for freedom, enslaved for Pennsylvania, colonial acceptance, free mother, legal doctrine, proof of birth, slave father, and apprentice. So now, if you look up partus sequitur ventrum, it has nothing to do with you natives. It has nothing to do with our sisters. Watch. That's why that book says it's using these people to confuse the nations and deceive them. Partus sequitur ventrum. See, look. And what do? They put a black woman. Fucking silly dogs, bro. Was a legal doctrine passed in colonial Virginia in 1662 and other English crown colonies in America, which defined the legal status of children born there. The doctrine mandated that children of slave mothers would inherit the legal status of their mother. As such women, children of slave women would be born in slavery. The legal doctrine, partus sequitur ventrum, was derived from Romans. But check this out. Come on, man. What the hell, bro? It says, cultures in diverse as Egypt and Africa and Korea, Asians have ruled that the children of enslaved women are born slaves themselves. In 1619, Here's the hijack. Here we go. In 1619, a group of 20 odd Negroes were landed in the colony of Virginia, making the beginning of the importation of Africans into England's colony in continental North America. What a bunch of liars, man. What a bunch of liars. Like, look, transatlantic slave trade. It's all blackety black, right? No, nothing about you natives. Supposedly 1656 multiracial women classified as owner state as being Negroes. You see, here we go. You see what I'm saying? Colomiados, this is why you're so stupid. Because you're getting debunked left and right. Oh, I can't wait to see your stupid ass, bro. Man, I'm looking forward to the day I see you. Let's finish it with this one. This is from Los Siete Mitos de la Conquista Española. It says on page 682. Dice, además los guerreros invisibles de este mito se encarnaban también en otra figura importante, la de los africanos, libres y esclavos, que acompañaban a los invasores españoles y que en posteriores campañas los igualaban o superaban en número. It says that you guys had a lot of people with y'all. Give me a second. I'm going to read something. It reminded me of this book, which is called Africa's Gift to America. Okay. And this is why it's important that you guys understand what it says here. It says, page, I believe, let me see. Okay, here it goes. Look, first Africans, not slaves. It says here. It says, strong documentary proof that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that the shadow slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682, right? Because that's when our people were starting to go to court and say, hey, I'm not a slave. They took me in slavery, like they took me in war, okay? Laws were starting to change. Then it says here, is given by competent researchers. 4 of them are J.H. Russell, P.H. Andrews, Mary Standard, and Helen Cathero. Russell, in his chapter Origins of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves a popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. M.P. Andrews says, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archives shows that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of their period of indenture. This is from Virginia, the Old Dominion, page 88. And I show that with you guys. So while you guys are being free, our people are being enslaved. And while you guys are asking for reparations, we're starting to wonder, what the fuck are you talking about? That's like the white man asking for reparations, family. Juan Garrido way. This is a black conquistador. This wasn't just one. There were many of you guys here. Let's just read a little bit and then that's it. It says here, durante los próximos años, cuando nuestra América se despongó conmemorar el quinto centenario de los descubrimientos del viejo mundo, el trascendental hecho histórico que ya en 1552 el historiador Gomorra llamó la mayor cosa después de la creación del mundo, sacándola la encarnación y muerte del que lo creó. Anyways, let me continue with this. It's just kind of going over some stuff. It says here, fuentes históricas. No es mucha la información histórica. Here, let me make it bigger. There it goes right here. It says, no es mucha la información histórica disponible sobre el conquistador negro Juan Garrido. Listen, no es mucha la información histórica disponible sobre el conquistador negro Juan Garrido en su vida en África, Europa, las Antillas y la Florida. En la documentación histórica de la española, Cuba y Florida no hemos encontrado una sola referencia a su participación en la exploración y conquista de dichas tierras. Hasta el momento, 1975, las únicas referencias a su participación en la conquista de Puerto Rico se limita a la mera mención de su nombre en nómina de minerios de oro entre los 1516 y 1519. Su presencia en la conquista de Puerto Rico y la Florida había sido mencionada por Murga y el autor Alegria en 1969. ¿Sí ves? En la documentación referente a la conquista de México y su colonización por parte de los españoles, donde encontramos valiosa y importante documentación referente a la vida de Juan Garrido, el conquistador negro, y su participación en dicha empresa. See this? I don't know why he's doing this, man. It's starting to make me upset now. Why are you doing this for, bro? So we see, let's see if I can get one real quick. Check this out. Antecedentes africanos, ¿ok? Medio siglo antes del descubrimiento de América, navegantes portugueses, bajo el patrocinio del príncipe Enrique el Navegante, había iniciado la exploración de la costa occidental de África, tierra hasta entonces desconocida para los europeos. Fruto de esos viajes fue el inicio de la relación comercial entre los portugueses y los reinos africanos de esa región. You see this? African kingdoms. Portugal aún no había desarrollado propósito imperialista sobre el continente africano y para entonces su actividad se limitaba al establecimiento de factorías y esferas de influencia desde donde sus navegantes podían comerciar con el jefes y reyes de la región. Here's what it's basically saying. You see this right here? This is when Portugal goes to the African kings to negotiate slavery. To negotiate slavery. El rey Congo recibiendo embajadores europeos. What the hell? It's basically saying here. Look. Entre otros, introducen los personajes negros en su obra literaria. Bailes de origen africano como la zarabanda, la chacona, el guineo, el yeye y otros, entonces muy populares en Andalucía, fueron el resultado de la influencia cultural de la población negra. You see this? Colomiados, how come you never bring this out? La ciudad africana de Loango, en el Congo, según un antiguo grabado holandés. So these guys here, Portuguese, they did go into the jungles at first, but then started getting sick. So it was their own people that were enslaving them and selling them to the other people. Exhibe prueba histórica que no todos los negros que llegaban a Lisboa venían como esclavos y de que algunos pocos venían por su propia voluntad. Fueron con el propósito de convertirse al cristianismo o de actuar como representantes de los reyes africanos. Yo, listen, y'all got that book, man. That book is heavy duty. Heavy duty. Let Us Go Free. This is the last book I'm going to show you, and then we're going to move on to the video real quick. This is, it's called Let Us Go Free, Slavers. All right, here goes the link. Y'all enjoy it. Check this out. This is going to be on chapter 1, first page. It says, early American historical is brutal. After European explorers, most Catholic, crossed the Atlantic Ocean in late 15th century and landed on what had been for them a previously unknown world. Adventurers, entrepreneurs, thieves stole what they could, showing little concern for the diverse peoples who inhabited the land for thousands, maybe 10,000 of years. Transatlantic voyage and inclination to a new environment was harsh yet mild compared to the violence that marked American conquest seemingly every step along the way. Soldiers destroyed indigenous strongholds. Investors gobbled up natural resources. And colonists enslaved the native people, man. All while unknowingly introducing diseases that decimated indigenous communities. I showed y'all who gave us the, smallpox. European traders then descended upon the west coast of Africa, where they brought thousands of slaves captive along the way. Society of Jesus or Jesuits encouraged and participated in and benefited from the conquest. At least one African helped conquer America from the beginning. He was not enslaved. On the Christopher Columbus first transatlantic voyage in 1492, Columbus picked up a black man, probably off the coast of North Africa and the Canary Islands, which Spain had conquered almost 100 years before. Portugal, technically. The black man's name was Juan Las Canarias, John of the Canary Islands. The fact that he held a Christian name suggests that he was baptized Catholic. Various other Catholic soldiers, let me read that again. Various other black Catholic sailors, soldiers, servants, and settlers from Spain followed, hoping to improve their lots on the earliest voyages of exploration and conquest. As one scholar noted, Africans had lived in Europe since the dawn of recorded history, with black persons who resided in Spain mostly descended from North Africans whom Moors or Muslims had brought to Spain, some free, others enslaved, as part of the 8th century spread of Islam. Early Afro-Europeans who came to the Americas might have accurately been called Atlantic Creoles. Atlantic Creoles, huh?
That's right.
Is that you, Chris, from IUIC in San Diego? You're an Atlantic Creole. That is a person of color living along the periphery of the Atlantic Ocean, where Africa, Europe, and Americas met, often draped in Catholic grab, linguistic dexterities, cultural plasticities, and social agility define these multicultural people. It don't get any better than that. It don't get any better than that, family. So now, I hope this is edifying. So now I'm going to show you. I wanted to bring out the books, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you the books again that I recorded. So just consider it a recording, because it's going to show why these people want what you have. And listen, I know this is a topic that is very sensitive to a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to have to be that way. I'm not here to sugarcoat shit. This is not the way we roll. We show facts, not fiction. That's what we do. We show facts, not fiction. We don't mislead our gente. I'm not trying to create a narrative. If there are people, I'll show you. But I've done too much homework on this. They're far from it, family. And that's why in this channel, the Meshiacha Chronicles, facts tell, stories sell. Check it out. Changed our life. That's the summary. Okay? For it is time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. Then it says, you have plowed wickedness. You have reaped iniquity. So now, when you look at this, this is a whole process of breaking ground. Breaking ground. Scriptures always talk about learned about your forefathers. So we're breaking ground, and honestly, family, I'm very happy. I kind of like what had been, it's like the spirit is starting to kind of, okay, like now I'm kind of taking a different avenue, and you're going to notice it. I'm not even going to talk about it. You're just going to notice this channel kind of starting to move over a different rate. Okay? So now, this is from the same book that I had showed you before, written in 1823, I believe, right? It's by Barbara Simmons. And unlike those other channels, like Culomiado's channel, where he likes to run to the white man and hide under their armpit, it's called Old World, whatever. They come to this channel and like the nerve, okay? It is just a bunch of white guys supposedly saying that this is the old world. So I'm going to fall again for the trap. You're going to want me to believe the enemy, while at the same time you got Culomiados altering pictures, literally altering pictures, not showing the real history. So what we're going to do is we're going to show the real history. Barbara Simmons, the 10 tribes of Israel, historically identified. And anybody here that says, oh no, that's debunked, fine. You don't have to believe me. Go ahead and continue to wear your feathers, and maybe in another 30 million years, your spiritual God will come here and save your Indian ass. And I don't mean that to my gente. You know who I'm talking about? The real $5. Yeah, those mofos. Okay? So now, we remember this. Okay? This is a very good, nice book. I'm telling you, not very good. Get it. And read it thoroughly and slowly. When I started thinking of how much history we've lost And when you start putting together the puzzle as to who was involved and how they did it, it's kind of sad in a way, you know. It's a good feeling at the same time, but it's painful, to be quite frank with you. So let's start reading this real quick. This is on page 27. Migration. America has been discovered nearly 2,000 years before reflecting minds had begun to inquire into the peculiarities of its first inhabitant. And as they, instead of collecting evidence for corresponding facts, gave at once their own speculation as the end of inquiry, we have only a mass of contradictory theories. Well, that is very true. Here's one particular one that they like to share, and this stupid damn heathen here, okay? This right here, this is a Khazar who likes to promote Zionism. Yes, Prager's, okay? And then they have this West African lady who has a American experience here, has the audacity to let the puppeteers control her mind, her little smart mind, and insinuate that this is our history. Remember, we just read that there are some people that came here, and then they created this history. This is what we do know. We know this because this is what they taught us. And you know what, family? They made us believe this. For sure they did. Let's go. I've showed you guys this before.
And now for a brief history of slavery. Here's the first thing you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people. It did not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to Jamestown. It existed before then. It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World. In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner. Slavery existed in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe. Millions of them, all white by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks. Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC. It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day. Slavery existed during the time of the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago. As far back as we can go in human history, we find slavery. As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial, slaves were a major item of commerce. As much as a third of the population of the ancient world was enslaved. Here's the second thing you need to know. White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery. In 1833, Britain was the first country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act. They were quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies. Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution. After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice. That includes the 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War. Now, am I saying that this makes white people better than anyone else? Of course not. My purpose here is to simply tell the truth, and the truth is that human history is complicated. No one, regardless of skin color, stands guiltless. Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire or the cannibalism of indigenous tribes of North and South America or the heinous actions under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name just a few. Instead, we're told that slavery is a white phenomenon. And like all persistent lies, this lie spawns a bunch of other lies. On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise. I wish any of this were true, but it's not. It's a fantasy. The truth is that Africans were sold into slavery by other black Africans, and in many cases, sold for items as trivial as gin and mirrors. Whites didn't go into the interior and round up the natives. They waited on the coast for their black partners to bring them black bodies. The stark reality is that our lives had very little value to our ancestors. Here's the third thing you need to know. If you think slavery is a relic of the past, you're wrong. There are some 700,000 slaves in Africa today, right now. That's the lowest estimate that I could find. Other sources say there are many more. For context, that's almost twice as many slaves as were ever brought to the United States. Child
That's the history that we were taught. There's a lot of garbage that this West African lady is spitting. There's a reason why I keep calling her West African, is because that's what she is. Okay. And I think she's Christian, supposedly. It says, "Thou shalt not lie." You know, it's not even worth using a derogatory name towards these people anymore, because I realize that these Ivy League graduates are much more stupider than I thought I was. I thought I wasn't a very smart man, but now that I know what I know, the wisdom of the Most High is not like the wisdom of these idiots. So let's read it again. It says, America had been discovered nearly 2,000 years before reflecting minds had begun to inquire into the peculiarities of its first inhabitants. And as they, instead of collecting evidence from corresponding facts, gave at once their own speculation as the end of inquiry, like the dummy we just listened to. And just because she has a tan, that makes it right. Quite frankly, the second part is also, Britain wasn't the first ones to abolish slavery. It was actually Mexico in 1829. Because you had Negroes going to Texas, pendeja, running from slavery. Not, and that's in Britain. Here's another part. So the reason I'm doing this in orange is because since I'm in this topic, I'm gonna kind of like just use a couple channels, a couple pages to smack these other ones that look like her, and that's claimed that they are our people, that they are the natives of this land. Okay, so for you individuals that don't care to read, don't know how to read, don't want to read, have no concept of reading, you want to listen to culo miados, el pinche miado culo, when he wants to tamper with evidence in regards to pictures and, hey, look, I look like this, and hey, look, they look like that, and then they got feathers, Doc. Okay, well, let's read some of these older books. It says, to their amazement, they discovered no Negroes. Once again, to their amazement, they discovered 0 Negroes. Wobbleism. What is going on? Yeah, she's the definition of an oxymoron. The total, kind of calling the kettle black, calling the pot black, or how's that go? I don't know, something like that. So, anyways, to their amazement, they discovered no Negroes. 0. Now, let me just show you a couple more things. The people, men and women, although they are such a vast multitude of tribes or nations in such diverse climates, appear nevertheless like the children of one family. So, once again, culomiados. And then what's the other guy? I'm just here to make you think. You look like a sapo with dreads. You guys don't understand what this means, because if that was the case, then they wouldn't say they didn't see no Negro. They would have been like, hey man, like, they all look like the ones over there. But no, it says here that those people that they saw here, they're, regardless of like the shade of color, we all look the same. Aztecs and Mexicans, or Aztecs, so-called Mexicans. Okay, so I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. Okay, here goes again. Let me read it. Aztecs, Mexicas, They were the last people who settled in Anahuac, sorry. They formerly dwelt in Aztlan, Asia, and that covers a vast land. By the way, you that don't understand what Asia means, you think it's just Chinese people. That's again. I'm not baffled no more. Now I know why. You have told us that we were illiterate. That you kept us illiterate. You kept us dumb from our history. You kept a lot of who we were. You taught us, like you put us in a particular system that doesn't benefit us spiritually. It's not about us, which nobody would want to eat off of that food. It's only history that feeds your spirit. They were the last people who settled in Anahuac. They formerly dwelt in Aztlan, a country north of the Gulf of California. You know how Colombianos and all these idiots want to use pictures of supposedly Californians and they look negros, but it were driven or drawn by people that never came to this continent, right? It says of California, judging by the route of their immigration, according to Buturini, a province of Asia. Once again, Asia is a vast land. Before you go and get drunk on your thought process, slow your roll. Don't let the wool hit you. Page 47. Just since I'm on this topic, I just kind of want to say some stuff. This is why they want what you have, family. Because your history is very important. The name of the chief who conducted the people is Messi, from whence the proper name of the Mexicans is derived. Let me read this before it so you can see. As the authority of Herrera, royal historiographer of the Indians, our gente, not African-looking people, our gente, will have weight with those who consider that his office must have given access to a variety of curious documents relative to Aztlan. It may be proper to add what he says in the 10th and 11th chapter of the second volume in the third decade of the same migration. Never did the devil hold such familiar converse with man as he Vitsiliputli, and accordingly he thought proper in all things to copy the departure from Egypt and the pilgrimage performed by the children of Israel. The name of the chief who conducted the people was Meshi, or Messi, from whence the proper name of the Mexicans is derived. The account of the Mexican migration, Barrera, corresponds with the former of all the essential circumstances. Check this out. Remember I said about the name of our father, Yahoo. Yahoo. Remember Yahoo? Look at that right there. Yao. Again. Now, I also want to just bring this up. You know, when you see Huacan or Hua, it's Hua, Huach, Huacan, Huachan. Well, just turn the H into an R. What do you get? Huac or Ruach? Open your minds, family. Mexicans singing in the court of their temples the great exploit of Huitzilopochtli, that they, like the Jews, recorded in hymns the miraculous events of their own history. This is extremely important, family, because here we're going to start seeing why they want your history. You see, culomiados and then the frog looking dude with dreads can say all they want to say and use all kinds of pictures that they want to use. But when it comes down to the real facts, I'm going to show you some things that none of them can ever explain. If you are from this continent, and again, I'm covering some things here, but I'm going to go forward. Don't trip. Then how come some of these things you don't have? So family, this isn't anti-anything. This is showing you what they want to take from you. Yeah, he's culimeo o culo miados scissor hands. Culo apestado miados, bro. Hey, listen. I would love anytime, anyone, any wabo, any culomiado baby, any culomiado liquor of his huevos wants to come and debate me. You're more than welcome to him. You could even have him come here, but he will never talk to us. He talks to negros and güeros. That's why. And listen, I'm no threat, man, but we can do it another way too, man. I'm just keeping it real, bro. Like that's how much I dislike you. They carried before this letter a kind of painted roll of papyrus, 90 feet in length, 1 in breadth, and as thick as a finger. A number of young men carried this roll, supporting it very carefully. Remember, the scriptures talk about roll. Okay? So look, this is an important point that you guys have to understand. When you read these scriptures, that's why it's important to study, obviously, like anything else, okay? Let's see. Oh, no, this goes. Here, I'm going to show you something real quick. I think it's Sirach. Is it Sirach? Let me see if I can find it. Sirach 47. 43? No, it's probably 47. Oh, wait, 44? Oh, man. Hold on. I think I know. An 8. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it like this. Sirach. Is regarding the scripture that talks about. Oh, here it goes right here. Man, I was way off. So it says here, look. 2nd Ezra 14:39. Then opened I my mouth, and behold, he reached me a full cup, which was full as if it were with water, but the color of it was like fire. And I took it and drank it. Oh, hold on a second. Where is it at? Oh my God. Is this the one that I'm talking about? Oh, I think it's Isaiah, man. I can't remember, family. Anyways, let me continue. The number of young men carried this roll, or like a scroll, supporting it very carefully with arrows. That is, that it might not be injured on its surface, being entirely covered with paintings in which all the mighty acts which he, Huitzilopochtli, I think that's how you say it, was believed to have performed in their favor, and all his titles and epithets which they had bestowed upon him in return for the victories which he had granted them were recorded. Okay, so now it says here, look, they walked in procession before their false god, singing his proverbs and glorious deeds. Okay, so watch this. Check this out. Here's where you get stuck, culomiado. And this is where you all wobbles get stuck. Because I know this for a fact. Okay, in case you guys don't know this, watch this real quick. Exodus 12:39. And they baked unleavened cakes of dough, which they brought forth out of Egypt. Okay? Or Exodus 29:2. And unleavened bread and cakes unleavened tempered with oil and wafers. So I'm like, wafers? That's just one. Okay. Well, what is wafers? Well, wafers look like, show you. These are wafers. Okay. Wafers son como, let's see, wafers. Let's see if I can get it here. Boom. Thin cake. You see that? A thin cake. Now, in case you don't know this, culomiados, what is this, family? What exactly are these? You guys know about sopes, right? Thin cakes. Thin cakes. So now that's just one of them. That's just no, that's not even it. So I'll show you. Look, check this out. Wafers are like thin cakes, right? So check this out. Now here's another one. It also mentions that unleavened bread, cakes, unleavened cakes, right? Unleavened cakes. So check this out. You guys know what tamales, right? Now tamales are made out of corn. Okay, in case you guys don't know, tamales are made out of corn. All right. So now, if you guys don't know this, tamales are also called. Here, I'll show you. Right? Pasteles. De Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Look what they call pasteles. You see what they call pasteles? They call tamales pasteles. Okay? And unleavened bread, cakes, unleavened, meaning tamales, and wafers like torta, like masa, like a thick, flat bread. Thick, flat bread. This is why they want this from you. Check this out. The processions and dances terminated at sunset, at which hour precisely they made an offering of tamales. A kind of bread offering which the Meshiachas, like the Jews, presented at their temple, and which was only lawful for the priest to eat. This is why the Wobbles want your history. And Colombiano, listen, you can continue to alter all your crap. You can continue to keep licking their huevos. Quite frankly, you want to know something? Oh, hold on, let me hear what you say, bro. Empanadas, we taínos call pastelitos. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly the same thing. Empanadas, you call them, well, some people call them empanadas. I think in Central they call them empanadas. We call them tamales or tamal. You guys call them pasteles or pastelitos. Puerto Rico, they call them pasteles. Well, I guess in your island, they call them pastelitos, right? Exactly. So, again, that's why they want this history, because they know they can't touch it. So the only way to attack you is by pictures and assumptions and ha. No, you dummies are very, very, you're lost. It doesn't matter what angle. You should have, man, you guys should have done, I don't know how to say it, man. Just the Most High. He does what he does, man. It's so beautiful. So now, let's continue to move on again. We have some examples of some people, what they say, that we were nothing. That we were eating people. That's what the African girl said. That we ate people. That we ate ourselves. Little does she know that people in Africa are cannibals to this very day. I'm just saying. And then white people, when they came here in Virginia, they ate themselves as well. So I don't understand how come you Ivy League people don't know history, or unless you do it and know it and care not to express it. Page 31. We may therefore refer them to the former origin and conclude that they're Asiatic. Again, remember, people, you think Asian, kind of like when you think illegal immigrant or illegal alien, what do you think about? And you don't think of a Cuban, you don't think of an African, you don't think of a white person. No, you think of a Mexican. So when we say Asiatic, don't think Asian, okay? Remember that. Watch that shit from your foreheads. It says here, concluded that their Asiatic progenitors having settled in those parts of America where the Russians have discovered the proximity of the two continents, meaning Alaska, spread gradually over the various regions. The Mexican, watch this, family. This is why it is extremely important that you read about yourself, about our people, and what has occurred. You have to understand the importance of them erasing your history, because we're the only nation of people, sincerely, that doesn't know where we came from. Asians know, white people know, Africans know, Arabs know, and people from India know, except you. The Mexicans point out, and again, when I'm reading this, it's particularly talking about, in this book, Mexicans and Peruvians, but it's also mentioning a bunch of different tribes. They're targeting these two, but let's listen. The Mexicans point out, and remember, we all came together, okay? We all came together. So there's no tribe tripping here, fam. Do not bring that attitude here. The Mexicans point out their various stations as they advance from the interior province. And it is precisely the same route which they must have taken if they had been immigrants from Asia, okay? So now, Dr. Williams, in his history of Vermont, remarks these straits are but 18 miles wide, and they are full of islands. The Indian tradition says the sea is eating them up. What? That's why when I find older maps, there are islands between those two particular parts. So now, let's continue. Again, we're going to slice and dice and move through, all right? It says here, page 32. It says, they all coincide in their account relative to the primitive settlers of America, who were ignorantly styled American savages. Exactly. Because that's what she did. We were savages, and that the Taínos were afraid of guess us here in the mainland because we would eat you guys, and then that supposedly, oh, it was so bad for black folks, and supposedly the same people that enslaved you are the same ones that saved you. No wonder she married a white guy. Yeah, make it make sense. They all coincide in their account relative to the primitive settlers of America, who were ignorantly, no, stupidly, not ignorant. They're not ignorant. They're very clear of what they were doing. Styled American savages. That they were all of one stock, namely of the 10 tribes, who were carried away by the Assyrian kings of Halah and Habor. We know that story, right? Who in a short time made their way towards East Asia. You see this here? See this here? This coincides with the writings of El Padre Valera. Check this out. Watch this. And I wasn't going to bring this out, but I think it'd be good. Watch this. Oh, there it goes right there. Not that one. It's not that one. This one right here. This is from, Jesuits and the Incas, I believe. The Peruvian history was in page 1. The Peruvian history was a major theme in Valera's writing. His Historia Occidentalis, History of the West, appears to have included accounts of the early origins of the Native Americans, of the Peruvian dynasty before the Incas, and of the Inca ruler themselves. Throughout the remaining fragments of this work is material pertaining to the history of the Western Hemisphere prior to the time of the Incas. Okay? People have been lost. Portions of his history of American migration and the pre-Inca dynasty of Peru survived in his Relaciones de las Costumbres Antiguas. Check this out. Valera vehemently rejected the notion that the American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribes of Israel, a common theory in the 16th century. Okay? Remember that. So he didn't believe it. But check this out. Our Father works in a very beautiful way. Check this out. He didn't believe it, right? Few sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject, he apparently speculated that the people of the Americas originated from the ancient Chaldeans. For real? Okay. Who once lived in plains of Sinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of Greater Florida, who looked like us, and the Caribbean islands were derived from the practices of Chaldeans, who worshipped only natural features such as lakes, springs, and stars. Who came out of the Ur, the Chaldean family? Abraham. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was modeled on that of the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans were renowned in biblical history for founding the city of Ur, where the ziggurats are that look just like our pyramids, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah, and they became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. That's how come we understood that the day starts in sundown and ends in sundown. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera, who hated us, was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history. Valera considered the Chaldeans to be the ultimate ancestors of the people of Peru. It seems, however, that he viewed the Mexican natives, whom he called the race of terrible and cruel men, as a very separate people. In his writings, he argued that Mexicans have spread southward from Mexico and had peopled Central America and the tropical forests of South America. He believed that the natives of lowland of South America, whom he would have seen as a young boy, were descendants from the Mexicans. These people known in Quechua as Antis. But yet, like he continues to talk and says, but at the same time, there's the book right there. That book right there. The Jesuit and the Inca. Extraordinary Life of Padre Blas Valera. He didn't believe it. Okay? He didn't believe it. So now, let's go... Here, I'll read this here. It is easily accounted for if the Mexican affirms one tribe remained in this country. Now, let me skip that. There's a reason why I highlighted. Okay, here goes. In connection with... this is page 33. In connection with the facts that the Emperor of Russia holds that this day the sources of the Euphrates, and that the arm of the sea, which the tribes had crossed on their migration, is bordered by his empire. The following passage of scripture history, the last notice which we have of the 10 tribes after the expedition, expatriation, which that happened to us here too, coincidentally, is curiously illustrated. You remember the repatriation by taking us out of our own land here, like Operation Wetbag? 70% of those people that were deported were actually born in this side. Yeah, they took counsel among themselves. You guys know the story. 2nd Ezra 13:42, right? Narrow passage. Okay, so then it says here, the Mexican tradition is in perfect accordance with the preceding testimony. They affirm that they traveled through Aztlan or Asia and had 104 decimiles during their migration, meaning that they had 104 stops as we came here. Let's continue. I'll go to page 30. Let's see, 30. Give me a second. 41. Let's go to page 41. Let's go through that. Remember, they said that when they found us that we were just a bunch of damn human flesh-eating, sacrificing baby, worshiping heathens. That supposedly they brought the white Jesus to save us and to civilize us and to make us like lovable, huggable white folks that have never hurt anybody, that has never put anybody in slavery, that has never fumigated our people, that has never raped our gente, that has never stolen land from us. They want us to be like them, like as if that stuff never happened. He wrote a history of journeying over the Aztecs and Mexicans to the country of the Anahuac, which MS was preserved in the library of the Covenant of Jesuits. Thus also he writes of Siguencia, who, having a collection of ancient paintings and manuscripts, applied himself with assiduity to illustrate the antiquity of the kingdom. Besides with many mathematical, critical, historical, and poetical works composed by him, he wrote in Spanish the Mexican cyclography, a work of great labor also, the history of the Chichimeca Empire, of which he explains that he found in Mexican manuscripts and paintings concerning the first colonies which passed from Asia to America, and the event of the ancient nations established in Anahuac. Last page. Torcomeda's account is singularly confirmed by an original Mexican painting, which once formed a portion of the Historical Museum of Buturini. This painting consists of 23 pages folded in the usual manner of the Mexican painting. The first page contains a picture of Aztlán and the passage of the Mexican across an arm of the sea, like how we migrated from the east, and likewise their arrival at Huicolhuacan in the first year of their lesser cycle, as also the representation of their god Huitzilopochtli speaking to them through the mouth of a bird. If more detailed paintings of this migration had been saved, from the overwhelming destruction in which the annals of the New World were involved, for in Texcoco alone, according to Claveguero or Claveguero, Sumerrago. Do you guys remember him? First Bishop of Mexico caused a little mountain of paintings to be collected in the square of the marketplace and burnt. We should have been acquainted with the history of this pretended migration in its minutest circumstances. As a commentator, the national vanity of the Mexicans must have been highly flattered at believing themselves to be the chosen people of God. Sumarrego seems to have reasoned in the same style as the Mohammedan bigot of old, who, when Philoponus wrote entreating the Caliph to preserve the historical manuscripts of the famous libraries in Alexandria, returned this answer: if the books agree in all points with the Alcorn, this last would be perfect without them, and consequently they would be superfluous. But if they contain anything repugnant to the doctrines and tenets of that book, they ought to be destroyed as being pernicious. Remember this book? This is called the Lutheran Newsletter, written in September 7th, 1900. He makes he writes, he's like against Catholicism. Watch one of the articles on the bottom. Watch what he says, and you'll see how much of a devil this guy really was. It says here, if you guys can see it, I'll do my best. I'm going to read it, so just don't worry about it. But it says here, Dr. S. Borton, I'm over here on this side, okay, relates the following about the first Bible printed in Mexico and the Christian Advocate. The printing press came to Mexico in 1539, for in that year there was printed in Mexico, in Spanish, a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine. That was the Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Credo, Diez Mandamientos, and Rosario. That's all that we were taught, nothing else. Okay? Let me just show you. Let me show you so you don't think I'm lying. That's all that we were taught. If we were to learn anything outside of that, outside of those things, then you would die. This is from the Mysteries of Mexican Pyramids. Excellent book. Page 16. As the stand was stolen from natives, great famine ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on the Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped, had their heads shaved, and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages. Now, that's why we have black padres. We couldn't be padres. They could be. For failing to attend mass or practicing any old riots like what we just read, the Indian could receive 100 lashes. According to the Spaniards, because of Zumarraga, Indians were supposed to know only, not the whole book, not like you guys, only Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, and 10 Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. As the devil. So, let's begin again. The printing press came to Mexico in 1539, and for that year, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine. That's all we could read. Like when you go to Catholic Church and they give you like that little fake skinny book. That's it. It says a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine under the auspices of the famous bishop Juan de Zumarraga, the one we just read about, that burned all kinds of books, right? That was just 81 years before the Mayflower brought the first pilgrims to the Plymouth Bay. From 1539, pay attention, from 1539 through 1510, when the immortal Hidalgo raised the cry of Mexican independence, and I think it's 1810, I don't know, I think it says 1810, and during the 271 years of Spanish rule and misrule in Mexico, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scriptures in the language of the Mexican people. That prohibition is still in force with regards to the printing of the Bible in any of the 52 different languages and dialects spoken in Mexico today. The first edition of the Bible in Mexico was printed in Latin and in Spanish in Mexico in the city in 1831 through 1833. That was the very first printed authorized Bible. It was in Latin and in Spanish. Now, family, none of us knew how to read and write, remember? It appeared in 25 volumes and an atlas and cost over $200, probably about 10 grand right now, in 25 books, like the old encyclopedias, that it still remained prohibited book to the great majority of the people. Anything repugnant, he says. Well, that's not even it. Zumarraga. This is from hold on, let me get rid of this. A second. Page 113, 155. Here, I'll show you this one first. I cannot remember which book I got this from. I'm going to read it in Spanish real quickly, okay? The bottom part says, según es la creencia que los españoles tenían de los indios, es evidente que ellos no creyeron en que la Virgen María se apareció a Juan Diego. Zumarraga apenas pudo en 2 años 15 días construir una ermita en Tepeyaca para su imagen. Tenía la burla de los conquistadores que le dirían que no debían ayudar a la construcción de un templo que no tenía más fundamento que el cuento de un indio de Tolpetacle, I guess, murió el inquisidor Zumarraga impropia. So he died, right? But then it says here, y no pudo acabarlo dice aquí, pero dejó este encargo a sus ayudantes, los franciscanos, los frailes más adictos a María, quienes desde el siglo XVIII, o desde el siglo XIII, defendieron y propagaron el dogma de la Inmaculada Concepción de la Virgen. So this is the same guy that brought the Virgin Mary thought concept that Juan Diego had seen her. And that's not true. Watch this. This is from the other book, Creencias Salvajes bajo la Inquisición. Check this out. El primer obispo de México, el franciscano Fray Juan de Zumarraga, ¿ok?, parece haber dado prioridad a esa tarea de inquisidor. Fue a sus ojos el complemento indispensable de su obra indigenista, al mismo tiempo que creaba el Colegio de Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco para instruir en la doctrina cristiana y en el saber europeo a los hijos de los caciques indios. Zumarraga perseguía a los caciques apóstatas, vueltos después del bautismo a su idolatría nativa. Gracias a eso disponemos de las actas de las declaraciones de los indios acusados por ese primer tribunal de la Inquisición, que comenzó a funcionar en 1536. You see this? So we just read earlier that that's when we were only taught those things, and they were not allowed to print any Bible in any of our languages since that time. La fe de los neófitos indios y sus observaciones de las disposiciones de la iglesia eran dudosas, pero el celo de Zumarraga lo llevó a exceso, que después que hizo quemar en público en 1533 al cacique de Texcoco, y en el 1545 al de la Yanhuitlán, causaron las desapariciones del tribunal hasta 1570. Las instrucciones del inquisidor general a esa segunda tribunal previenen expresamente, no habéis de proceder contra los indios. Dice, el historiador dispone pues de una perspectiva de cerca de 10 años, que coincide con el ministerio de Zumarraga. Let me see. Okay, no, that's not it. No wonder I couldn't find it. All right, so let's page 55. Hold on. Watch this real quick. This is page 113. Now we're going to move on from this. It says, okay. La constancia con la cual ese sabio se dedicó a dotar a su patria de un pasado digno del presente de elección divina que acababa de conferirle la aparición de la Virgen del Tepeyec. El esfuerzo correlativo del poeta y del prosista para hacer que la antigua mitología mexicana consiguiera la dignidad literaria de la mitología helénica. So it's saying that our people had this belief of kind of like this mother goddess in a sense, okay? And he wanted to join them with the mythical Hellenistic mythology, or the Hellenistic mythology. Fueron las expresiones mismas de la afirmación de la sociedad criolla. Okay, now check this out. La glorificación del conquistador Cortés en la piedad heroica de don Fernando Cortés, obra escrita una docena de años más tarde. Solo esta aparente contradicción con el elogio de los soberanos aztecas. En este nuevo libro, principalmente destinado a mantener lo que su título promete, vemos a Cortés como fundador del Hospital del Amor de Dios, lo que le otorga el autor la oportunidad de inscribir una historia de la Ciudad de México después de la conquista. No nos sorprende una digresión como esta. Y era alguna ocasión en que poder decir dónde se apareció la imagen de María Santísima de Guadalupe al ilustrísimo obispo don Fray Juan Zumarraga. Dará licencia esta historia a quien no ha tenido otro fin en su escrito, tales cuales sino ilustrar a la patria. In a nutshell, sorry to read so much, but in a nutshell, what it's saying is that this man, Zumarraga, was the one and only creator of the Virgen Maria that appeared to Juan Diego, that we were only supposed to be learning those particular repetitive, preachings or repetitive, prayers, and destroyed all of our history. Everything. From top to bottom, destroyed all of our history. This is why, me personally, I believe it's important that you guys understand where you're from, what your history is, what was taken from you, and why it's literally like, if you don't think that these things matter, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I really don't know what to tell you, because it should matter to you. And if it doesn't, then I don't know why you're here. And the most difficult part for me while I'm reading, the material, right, when I'm sitting by myself, is how we were so, I don't want to say obsessed, but we were very adamant about following the way of our Father, and then that was taken from us. Now, just because we all fell doesn't mean everybody was not keeping the laws. And that's the painful thing, because when you look back and you see, like, man, we had a I mean, is it possible that the Messiah really gave us that name? Is it possible that he really did come here? I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And why take all of that history from us? Why reinvent it? If we're just Gentiles, if we're just heathens, why do we have all these other nationalities trying to take away what is rightfully ours? Because the pictures look a certain way. To me, reading the book, because I can go further into this material. I'm gonna come back to this book. My next class, in a couple of days, I'm gonna touch on it more and more. You're gonna see. It's time that, look, I feel that we've broken ground already. Yes, it was important to bring you the facts in regards to Psalms 83. Now we gotta eat. Now we gotta chew on some serious meat regarding your heritage and why they want to take it from you. Revelation 13:6, and he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle. We are spiritual bricks, so to speak. We are the ones that are creating this spiritual tabernacle once again. And these are the people that have told us that we're nowhere near our Father. And they are the ones now claiming that they are supposedly these people. So like, okay, if you are, then you are. But then now, when we are woken to this information, we're like scratching our head, like, well, that kind of matches us a lot. Shit, man. Excuse my language. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't sound like you. It sounds more like me. And them that dwelt in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And power was given to him over all kindred, all tongues, and all nations. Now we know what that is. I don't think that's complicated. I don't have to put thoughts in your mind. It's clear. All kindreds, all languages, and all kinds of nationalities. We see them here in America. And all that dwelt upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb, slain from the foundation of the world. You know, let me show you something real quick. Slain from the foundations of the world, man. That's a very important point. And all that dwelt upon the earth shall worship him. Now, a lot of schools will give you their belief. I will tell you that there's no doubt in my mind. And quite frankly, you know, let me, maybe I'll show it later. Maybe I should show it later. Let me read it again. And all that dwelt upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of the life of the Lamb. Book of the life of the Lamb, slain from the foundations of the world. If any man have an ear, let him hear. Who are these people? He is going to give you an example of who he's talking about. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. So this nation, this he, right? Kind of like Israel's like a she, right? You know what I mean? Well, this he will make war. This he is a nation of kindred and tongues and nationalities. These he led people to captivity. These he will go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints. How else can I express it? I showed you
Web.com's AI tool.
Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Does that? I don't know why. Okay, so I'm gonna slice and dice that idiot that showed up. The brother Garcia, he made some good points, so I figured let me touch on it, and then let's tackle it and move on. So you guys can have a restful night. I know that when people are celebrating holidays and shit, you know, it is what it is for them, but at least we can kind of take a break, man. Some of us do work. You know what I'm saying? So check it out real quick. We're gonna tackle this real quick, and then that's it. So do me a favor, family. Take notes. You know what I'm saying? Take notes for sure. So we're gonna just kind of slice this guy, and I'm gonna piggyback off what the brother had said. All right. So let's start off with Daniel, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. I've seen you every now and then, so you know, glad to have you here. Daniel, I'll start with verse 9 because I think you gave him verse 13 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so let's go to verse 9. This is to, you know what I'm saying, just so you can understand why there's such a discrepancy with the misinformation, and that's actually a soup in its own self. You know what I'm saying? So let's read Daniel 9:7. Daniel 7:9 says, I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne like the fiery flame, and his eyes and his wheels as burning fire. Okay, so I asked some Christians, who is that? Oh, that's God. That's God. PhD dude would actually say the same thing, right? Okay. Now I'm going to show you what the brother has showed. Daniel 7:13. And I saw the night vision, and behold. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you're right. It's an easy topic. I get it, bro. But sometimes I focus on myself. Anyway, I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the cloud of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days. They brought him near before him. So then I'm like, who is this Son of Man? And he's definitely not the Ancient of Days. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely not, because check this out. And there was given him, not the Ancient of Days, the Son of Man, and glory, and all kingdoms, and all the people, and nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. This is not the Ancient of Days. This is the Son of Man. So that's why when he brought up, Daniel, I was like, bro, that's a good one. But again, it's all about what you're really talking about, bro. If I'm gonna have an open topic, I'm gonna cut you in pieces. But if I'm distracted with something else, I really, you know what I mean? It don't work that way. Matthew 19:28. They're like, well, the Son of Man, that's not Jesus. Okay, sounds good. And Yahoo said unto them, amen, I say to you, that ye which have followed me, and Yahushua Moshe, that's his name, that ye which follow me in the restoration when the Son of Man, or Adam, but I'll do it here because you guys may get confused, you're simpletons and shit. Anyways, and the Meshiach said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which follow me in the generation when the Son of Man, Daniel 7:13 says, the Son of Man approached the Ancient of Days. What are we, schizos now? So is the Ancient of Days looking at himself and saying, hey, that's you. Hey, that's you when I'm going to be a human. Stupid, bro. It says here, in the generation when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory. Didn't Daniel 7:14 say that his glory is going to be that of nations and tongues and everything? Ye shall sit upon the 12 stones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. He's talking to the saints. Son of Man. Son of Man. I mean, like, come on, let's not get complicated here. Here, let's do another one real quick. Hey, thank you, bro, man. I'm glad you actually came in, bro, and did what you did. Mark, because you literally woke up my spirit. Mark 6. I'm sorry, not Mark. Matthew 16:20. All right. And maybe PH you're welcome to come back anytime, bro. I gave you time out. Anyways, Matthew 16:27 says this. It says, for the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father. Huh. So here it says the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father. What are we, schizos now? So is God a schizo when he's here? I'm Jesus, I'm God, I'm Jesus. Is he talking to himself? Is he like the movie Split? 27 personalities? Because he does have a lot of names: the Comforter, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the Salvation, the Lamb, the Tree, the Root. You know what I'm saying? The Offspring, the Morning Star. What is he, a schizo, bro? You Christians are silly, bro. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Which is something that you guys don't understand. Now, let me share this with you. Hold on a second. I'm going to give you this. Proverbs 6:23. This is exactly why you have no understanding. You're still worshiping a tree on every Christmas. I'm sure you're getting ready for 4th of July, bro. I'm sure you're like, oh my God, I can't wait for the fireworks to start. I'm going to hold my baby up and take pictures with her. Stupid ass. Proverbs 6:23. For the commandment is a lamp. Not the Sephiroth, not the Ensof, not the Kabbalah, not the Talmud, not the Zohar, not the Mishnah, none of that stupid ass crap. Not Christian Christmas doctrines. None of that stuff. Not BHI shit either. For the commandment is a lamp. The instructions, meaning the way, the discipline of the laws. And the law is light. That's why in darkness, you can see clearly. Why do you think I play the video at the end? The video at the end, he's going through a cave of darkness. and there's lights lighting him. He says, follow the light. And reproof of instructions of the way of life, because the only way you grow and correct yourself and correct brothers or brothers correct you is by the scriptures. So the only way you can understand this book is by you actually keeping the commandments. And here's how come I know that you don't understand anything. You come here and you post a bunch of different scriptures and you think you make sense. You makes no sense because you don't hit the link and you don't even explain yourself. Wisdom of Solomon 7:1. This is proof because, again, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, right? This is now what they call the Messiah, the Meshiacha. Wisdom of Solomon 7:1. I myself also am a mortal man, like to all, and the offspring of him that was first made of the earth, Adam. And in my womb, and in my mother's womb, fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months. All my kids went 10 months into the pregnancy. None of them went 9. Actually, my first one. The rest were all 10 months in. So I agree with this. I don't know why my kids were 10 months, but typically kids come out at 9. Being compacted in blood of the seed of man, and the pleasure that came with sleep, meaning when the baby's in the belly, resting. And when I was born, I drew in the common air, when he smacked his butt, and fell upon the earth. I'm ready and fully awoke. Now I'm breathing the earth. I'm not breathing water anymore, which is like nature. And the first voice I uttered was crying, and all others do, as all others do, of course. I was nursed in swaddling clothes, and that with care. For there is no king, listen to this, isn't the Meshiach a king? For there's no king, the seed of David, for there's no king that had any other beginning of birth. Watch this. Didn't the Meshiach die and then come back in 3? But he died like a man. But he's not born like a man? What are you, stupid? For all men have one entrance in life. For all men have one entrance into life. And like the going out. You embrace the fact that he died like a human, but you imagine his mom having sex with a god. What are you doing? It says, for there is no king that had no other beginning of birth. No king, right? Just to confirm, 1 Timothy 6:15, it says, which in his time he shall show who is blessed and only potentate, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Because historically speaking, it was the Meshiachas that were going to bring out the truth, not some damn Canaanites and confused Christians. Romans 19:16. Let's continue with that. I'm just going to touch on it and I'm done. And he hath in his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Let me give you one more. 17 and 14. This is basically just follow-ups with what I looked. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is the Lord of Lords and King of Kings. And they that are with him are called the chosen and faithful. So remember, it says that nobody came like the way it says here, for there's no king that had any other beginning of birth, that all men have one entrance into life, like they're going out, right? Remember that? Okay, so then this is why this scripture is important. Actually, let me go to Acts 2 real quick. I'll give you Acts 2. This is basic milk. Acts 2:30, it says, therefore, being a prophet, knowing that God had sworn with an oath to him, that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on his throne. You see, that guy thinks that God is Jesus and Jesus is God, right? So in this particular case, and that means that Mary would have known, right? Okay, so I asked you Christians, didn't the Spirit also show up to the mother of John? And he told the father, hey, you're going to get your wife pregnant. And he said, she's old, bro. We're barren. Ain't having no kids. And you're going to be mute. Watch. So what are you saying? That the Spirit didn't have sex with the old woman and only had sex with Mary? That's funny, man. That's funny. According to the flesh, it would raise up Christ to sit on his throne. You see what I'm saying? From the fruit of his loins. Fruit of his loins. Uh-oh, we have a Negro right here. Hispanics are white. And blacks are white too, bro. You black people have like 30% white, gringo and shit. And a lot of you guys can't prove that you're fully white. Just because you got woolly hair don't make you negro. Plus, you're West. If you are an African, if you are black, and you're a West African Canaanite, and that's your history. What you want me to tell you? And no, we're not white, because when the Spaniards came here with you guys, right? We were light skin and dark skin too. We used bear grease and red shoot to make sure that we could tan ourselves. So we're not light skinned because of white people. You guys are light skinned because of white people. That's why your mom is light skinned. Sam Jackson, unless you look like the guy. But hey, he's also white too. You guys need to learn your history, man. So anyways, let's continue. Because here's my point. Acts 2:30 says, look, from the flesh, from the loins. This is in the New Testament. Jot it down. Romans 1:3, simple stuff concerning his son, Jesus Christ, our Lord, which was made of the seed of David concerning the flesh. You see? So now let's touch on this real quick, because this is kind of getting to the point. Luke 2:46, I'll show you. It says, and it came to pass that after 3 days, they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. So here, Mary and Joseph, they left Jerusalem thinking that Meshiach was with them, because, you know, there's like a lot of people with them, right? They go 3 times a year. Read Deuteronomy 16:16, you'll find out. So now they realize, hey, wait a minute, he's not with us. So then they come back. So now verse 47, and all that heard him was astonished at his understanding and answers, because he was with the people, like in the synagogue. Now, this is Mary and Joseph. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou dealt with us? Why hast thou thus dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I sought thee soaring. And he said unto them, listen, how is it that ye sought me? Was ye not that I must be about my father's business? Now, here's the question. So then if Mary knew that she slept with God, wouldn't she understand this shit? Of course. Hold on. And this says, and they understood not the saying which he spake unto them. Why? Because she knew that she had sex with Joseph and that she didn't have sex with no spirit. But again, I asked you Christians, how come the spirit went to talk to Mary's cousin, the older lady, in Luke 2 or Luke 1, I believe, but yet she gets pregnant by her husband, and then you believe that the same spirit that talked to Mary had decided to have sex with Mary? Well, then what? Just because the other sister was old? He's like, nah, I like me young. I like him young. You know what I'm saying? So here again, if he said it himself, I'm about my father's business, which is why when you guys are unlearned and unfaithful to the word, you get lost in the sauce. This is why it is so complicated for y'all. Why you believe that God and the Mashiach are one. Let me end it with this. 1 John 5:7. Check this out. For there are 3 that bear records in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. And these 3 are one. You Christians, stop right there. Like, oh, you see, white Jesus, black Jesus, they're all one. No. Let's continue reading. And there are 3 that bear witness on earth. Spirit. They bear witness in earth. The Spirit is one, the water and the blood. So the Spirit is the Holy Ghost. The water is the Word, right? And the blood is your heritage from the seed of David, who was promised the adoption, the glory, the covenants, everything to Israelites. And these 3 agree in one, which is why he said, I'm about my father's business. Because if I'm teaching my son correctly to move like I move, he's going to move like I move. He's about his father's business. And you know, sometimes you have children that you've never seen before. They haven't even seen you much around, but yet they have your customs. Your FBA? Oh, bro, perfect. Come on, hit the link then, man. I would love to have your ass over here. Come on, hit the link. I want to destroy your stupid ass African stupidity. Hit the link. Let him hit the link, bro. I want to destroy this stupid ass FBA, man. I got massive material and none of y'all ever want to answer me. I don't believe in culomeados, bro. I know you guys like to suck on his like nutsacks and shit, but we don't do that here. We speak facts and truth. So if you really are about your FBA, let's see if you're about it. Because how can you be FBA and be a true Jew, dumbass? It makes no sense. What, did you guys enslave yourselves? Okay, and by the way, FBA, if you're original from here, why don't you eat the food from this continent? Where's your diet? How come you guys don't understand about masa or corn or none of that stuff? I don't understand that. Now, you're an African. You are a 100% true West African. Stinking one, bro. Just swallow your pride. Live with it. You'll never rule again. You'll never be great. Y'all had your chance. That's it. That's it. You're going to try to steal somebody else's heritage, but it ain't going to work. Because guess what? We're bringing facts right here. I was just destroying one of your FBA Christian brothers. Let me continue destroying him and see if you can hit the link, because I really want to talk to you guys. It says John 17:21, that they all may be one. You see this? So I'm about my Father's business, that all of us may be one. That's why we're spiritual tabernacles. We're one. Like, you know, all of us have different offices, but we're one as a people. The same concept. John 17:21, that they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee. So if the Meshiach says he's in me, and I say I'm the Meshiach, am I the Meshiach now? Hey, you see how, look at this dumbass. Corn is fake. Okay, sounds good. How come you guys don't eat the food of this continent? How come you don't speak original Spanish? Because Spanish was originally here. Why don't you speak that? What you saying? We took that from you? You call us Mongols, us little so-called people, and you guys are supposedly so great. So if we're so whack, how come we stole that shit from y'all? See, that's how dumb you guys are. You're chitlin eating, pork having, wannabe native. And quite frankly, we know your history. Y'all black people, just like white people, came as conquistadors. And we have all the documentation. Try to ask for reparations. And if you get it, guess what? You can have it. All we see is destruction. There's absolutely nothing you guys can do that is positive. Check this out. Look at this. Look, that's all you can do. The world started with FBA truth. Really? Really? Prove that you are. Hit the link, bro. Come on. You guys say you're Billy Badasses and shit. Hit the link. I would love to fucking destroy your shit. Sam Jackson, you're a joke. Hey, brother G, you know what to do, man, if it gets funny. You know what I'm saying? You know what to do, bro. He was already invited. He don't want to hit the link. Y'all know what to do. We don't mess around with people like that. They say they're so tough. Pues, what's up? What's up, vato? Hit the link. Because you ain't messing with some simpleton here. I'll take you to politics, Bible, history, food. I'll take you everywhere. And I'll destroy your Negro background. And I'll show you who you guys are. Hey, you know who actually brought smallpox here? Mr. African? Smallpox was brought by Africans. Africans. And I know that shit hurts you guys. Oh, well, nah. We're just letting you know. If you want to debate, here's the link. Matter of fact, if you're scared, bring this guy over here. Bring, what is that guy named? Red Supreme, whatever his stupid ass. Bring whoever you want to this channel. We are ready. Hey, look, check it out. Look, yeah, you're not Mexican. Why are you saying vato? Ya ven, gente? You see my gente? This is why these dumbasses, whether they're black or white, they say this kind of stuff. They say this stuff right here because they assume that if you sound smart, you cannot be Mexican. You got to be white. Because they cannot wrap it around their minds that us Mexicanos, born in Guanatos, Guadalajara, Jalisco, pendejo, right? That we are actually smart. That we can be superdotados and shit. They just can't wrap their minds around that. See, there he goes. I don't give a fuck. You're an African, right? Here, I'll show you how you're an African. Here, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how you're an African, okay? I'm going to show you how you're an African. And I know that hurts your feelings and shit, but it's all good, bro. I don't care. Because we're not here for that. I'm going to show you where you come from. Jubilees 9. It says here, just to show you, Jubilees 9:1. And Ham divided amongst his sons. The first portion came for Cush towards the east. That's Ethiopia. And to the west of him for Mizraim. That's, as you know, Egypt, right? And to the west of him, Put, that is Libya. And to the west of him, and to the west thereof, on the sea, for Canaan. That's you guys right there. That's you guys right there, okay? That's you guys. So then now, here we go. But see, we know how seditious of a people you guys are, that you will literally steal heritage that don't belong to you. Just an example right here. You are being the example. Again, how's that? Ecclesiastes, what has happened in the past is going to happen again. There's nothing new under the sun. Jubilees 10:28. And Ham and his sons went into the land which was to occupy. You know what I mean? Africa, North Africa, West Africa, East Africa. Not South Africa, Jackson. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. You West Africans. You're doing it again. You're trying to steal a heritage that don't belong to you. An inheritance that has nothing to do with y'all. At all, whatsoever. Listen, you can bring me the whatever history you say that you guys were here, and I'll prove to you from historical facts that we were here already, and you guys knew it already. But again, if you want to come to the channel and talk shit, hit the link, and then we can continue. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon of the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. He dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Ham, your big papa, and his father, Ham, his father, you mean, you know, your father, Sam Jackson, and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, people like you have settled in a land which is not yours, like America. Meaning you're trying to be Mayas, Aztecas, Mexicas, or those people that you don't even have their diet in you, right? You have settled into their heritage that you want to claim, which did not fall to you by slot, meaning that the Most High made you Africans and he made you Hamitic. And that's that. There's nothing you can do. Unfortunately, those are facts. I would suggest for you to read a book called The History of Africa by Leo Africanus. And in chapter 2, page 6, he actually explicitly says, because he's an African himself, that you guys all come from the seed of Ham. Moors included, blackamoors, all of y'all. If I got time, I'll show it. You have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and should be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the dwellings of Shem, for to Shem and his sons did come by lot. So no matter what you do, you know, you ain't gonna have this, man. What's the definition of sedition? The definition of sedition is conduct and speech inciting people to rebel, right? Okay, so now remember I showed y'all the thesauruses? The thesauruses on sedition. Sedition says that it's an insubordination, insurrection, mutiny, treason, agitation, defiance, disobedience, revolt, revolution, uprising. Hey, look, check it. So you see, there it goes. Hey, listen, this is nothing new, Canaanite. This is nothing new. My own gente tells me the same shit when I don't agree with them. They call me a Spaniard. They do the same thing. But I'll tell you what, though, I can show you my DNA, and you try to show me your DNA, and it'll say Africa. All the way to Africa. Oh, you got those stupid ass fake books from Culomiados? Culomiados really did a number on you, man. Damn. That's a sad case, bro. You guys really believe Culomiados, huh? You are going by Culomiados' history. Hey, did you know that his daddy is an actual Italian? Which has nothing to do with y'all. And see, on this end of the spectrum, we kind of laugh at that shit. Because he don't want to touch none of this side. Culomiados does not touch any on this side. That bastard is so scared, bro. Trust me. He is very scared. Let's finish it with this, family, and I'm done. John 14:10. And it says this. Believe thou not that I am, believe it thou not that I am in the Father, not that he's the Father, and the Father in me. The words that I speak to you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me. He doeth the works. So now, in case you guys don't know, here we see an example of the word. The words that I speak to you, I speak not of myself, right? Well, Moses told us in Deuteronomy 18, I will raise up I will raise them up a prophet from among them, their brethren, like unto thee. And I will put my words in his mouth. I will put my words in his mouth. And he shall speak unto them all that I shall command them. This is why when you read John 1:1, now it makes sense. In the beginning was the word. Remember John 14? John 14, the word that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me. In the beginning was the word. The word was with God. The word was God because the Most High gave him the actual understanding. He was to show us. And the same in the beginning with God. All things were made by him. Without him was not anything made that was made. And in him was life, and life was the light of men. Proverbs 6:23. So again, listen, to you Christians that over here say that the Meshiach did away with the laws, if he's the word, that means he did away with himself. Gotcha, bitch. For Proverbs 6:23, for the commandments is the lamp, and the law is light, and the reproof of the instructions of the way of life. Of life. There's nothing more beautiful, family, than to know who you are. And to laugh at people like this guy here because he was raped by colomiados. It's just, that's what happened. Hey, David Andres, I mean, he could hit the link. He could hit the link and we can have a normal conversation. But when you have people with an aggressive tone, listen, man, the way you come at me, I'm going to come at you the same way. Oh, here he goes right here. There you go. Look. See, so now God and Jesus are black. Adam and Eve are black. Really? Okay, sounds good. Let's break it down real quick, family, so this idiot can just finally sleep well. And maybe his ancestry, will eventually get him to accept who he is. Listen, check this out. I do believe Satan is going to appear as a black entity. Oh, yeah. Satan has chosen people, and I believe it is the black race. Understand that I don't mean this in terms of prejudice to black people. Jesus was no respecter of people, but Satan is going to use the black race to deceive the rest of the world. So many people are starting to embrace the black movement, meaning the black BS. Reparations when you had slaves. Really? You're Mayas, you're Aztecs, but yet you don't know nothing of this land. You don't know the language. You don't eat the diet. You guys are lactose intolerant. You can't eat milk. You can't eat cheese. Like, I don't understand. What do you talk about? You guys say we're culture vultures, but everything about you guys is fake. The hair's fake. The nails fake. The eyes fake. The eyelash is fake. What else is fake? It's a sad case, man. It's a sad case. But here, let me educate you here a little bit so you can see what the actual Genesis means. Because you've been lied to. And it's okay, man. You know what I mean? People like you get lied to all the time. They did it to you already. They're going to do it again. Check this out. Genesis 2:7. Okay, so let's educate this young man over here. So maybe he'll finally be proud of being a Canaanite. It says, from the dust of the ground, right? Genesis 2:7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. And the breath and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So the dust of the ground, meaning what? The ground, right? That's Adamah. Listen.
Strong's H127. Adamah.
Adamah. So now the H127 concordance definition, Adamah, is land, ground land, territory, a city of Naphtali. Remember Adami? Okay. So now it says here, let's continue. It says Adamah from the soil, H119, from its general redness. Oh, shoot. Country, earth, ground, husbandry, land. From being red or tarnish. Used of the dust with mourners. You guys aren't tarnished. Hey, look, here goes. Here, he still thinks I'm a Spaniard. The reason Spaniards killed Aztecs, they killed them because they wet blacks. Or is that trying to be funny? So you're saying, wait, hold on. But didn't you say you guys are Spaniards? You guys said you're Spaniards. So then, wait, what? You guys said you ruled Europe. And it says the reason Spaniards killed Aztecs, they killed them because they were black. But we know that Portuguese and Spaniards were swarty, dark, nappy, woolly, straight hair, curly hair, bald, ugly, whatever, clean, not clean, light skin, dark skin. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about, bro? FBA. Hey, not even FBA, man. Hell, check this out. Land, region, country, Canaan. Anyways, so at this point, I think I'm good, man. I'm good, fam. No, I'm not worried about your misspelling, bro. I don't worry about stuff like that. But hey, listen, if you really want to talk about this, I won't be disrespectful to you. We can debate. I'd like to talk to some of you FBA guys and kind of get in your brain and see how confabulated it is, because that's really what it is. It's all good, bro. And anyways, so you know what, man? At this point, I'm done. I hope you guys, man, have a fantastic night. It's 12 o'clock, bro, in the morning. I don't work tomorrow. As you guys know, we're kind of forced not to. In my business, everybody around me shuts down. So it's like I have to, basically. Yeah, they do. They say they are, but they're not. They're not, sis. Look, I just did a class. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me just show you this real quick. Let me see if I can get it. I think it's in here, okay? I think it's in here. This is from a book called The History of Africa. This is kind of long-winded on this one. It's talking about their vices of African people. I'm not concerned about that. That, you know what I mean? We already expressed that in the section of Jubilees. Let's see here. Hold on. History of let me see if I can find it. It's just the last one. The History of Africa by Leo Africanus, PDF. Let's see. I think it's here. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it quickly, I'll show y'all super fast. Okay, so we're not gonna find it on this page. Maybe we can find it here. Okay, I think we got something. Nah. Let me see. This one. I think it's over here. Chapter 2. Oh, no. That's right. So it has to be volume 2. Volume 2, 1. I think so. Is this it? Oh, man. I may not be able to find it. But anyways, it's called Leo Africanus, The History of Africa. And this guy is an actual African. He expresses it himself, and he determines and he identifies who they are. So, you know what I mean? As a matter of fact, you know what, sis? I'm going to show you this. See, these guys want to use history, and they don't actually study. The sad part is that... come on, man. Hold on a second here. What's going on now, bro? Come on. Okay. All right. Check this out. Come on, man. Come on, bro. God, dude. Hold on a second, family. All right, here. So this is from Diodorus Siculus, okay? So let me show you something real quick to the dude that's here who thinks he's from America. I'm going to show you something. They lied to you. You guys are Africans. Just live with it. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Be who you are. You had your chance. You guys had some rulership in Europe, but that's it, bro. It's over. Okay, so here we see Diodorus Siculus in 60 BC. Watch what happens. Okay, so they only show you this part, right? That this right here, 520.3. But what they don't show you is this right here. But now that we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the Pillars of Hercules, meaning the tip of Spain and the tip of Africa, we shall give account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, situated as it is in the ocean. It is distant from Libya, a voyage of number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flow navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. And the island contains many parks, planted with trees of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water, Tenochtitlan. And on it are private villas of costly construction. And through the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed in a settling of flowers. And in terms of in them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer, since the land supplies in abundance everything which could contribute to the enjoyment of luxury. So they know about this place, right? So here's what they don't show you. That part. They only show you this one. The Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast of outside the Pillars of the for the reason that we have stated, while sailing along the shores of Libya, were driven strong winds great distance onto the sea, and after being storm-tossed for many days, they were carried ashore to an island we mentioned above. And when they had observed this felicity in nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, Tyrrhenians at the time when they were masters of the sea purposed to dispatch a colony to it, but the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of concern lest any inhabitants of Carthage should be removed there because of the excellence of the island, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against incalculable turns of fortunes, in case some total disaster should take over Carthage. For it was their thought, since they were the masters of the sea, they would thus be able to move in households and all into an island which was unknown to their conquerors. Hence, 1490 truth. Look, you don't speak truth because you're fucking typing. And it's 12 o'clock at night and you're still typing. It's just dumb that you guys will do that. Vernita Hernandez, you're saying the words of racist white boy, you want to be a white. Listen, you're the fucking racist, first of all, because what makes you think that you are people? You are just like the white man. They come here and claim they're from America. They're calling us illegals. You're no different, Canaanite. So shut your ass up. Yeah, I know you guys try to do that, but you don't know our gente. I know how sneaky you guys are. You don't know our gente. That's the difference, though. I was born in Guadalajara. I am from Mexico way. Something you would never know about. But anyways, family, y'all enjoy, man. Have a great day. Eat a donut and learn about corn. Oh, corn is fake. So that's his excuse now. Corn is fake. That's why they don't eat it. Well, guess what? Pork is bad. And you mofos love that shit. So make it make sense. Now, hey, listen, you're welcome to come anytime. Let's see if you have the huevos next time to hit the link. Hit the link. That's what we asked for. Hit the link. That's not a lot to ask for. You guys claim you're Billy badasses. Y'all say you know your history. Well, guess what? You got somebody here. But since you don't like how I sound, or you don't like because I may know my shit, you think I'm white. And you call me a Spaniard like as if I'm going to be offended. Listen, man, you got to come with more than that shit. I'm used to that crap, bro. I've been called a Spaniard from my own gente that's born here, and I could show you my DNA. And I know that's something you negros cannot do. Brothers and sisters, I love y'all very much, man. Stay strong. Stay in the Lord, man. Hey, listen, make sure you share this class. It was very beautiful. I really thank y'all for being here, man. This is probably one of my most enjoyable classes I've done in a long time, man. So I appreciate y'all being here, all right? You guys have a good night. Swine is fine. That's what they say, huh? Swine is fine. Good night.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el boli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalles. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, al lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Bow, wow, wow, yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Guanas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la Santa Carnal.
Ey, ey,
Los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundee que en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Yaman are real. This is the cipher tweet.
Ahora Babylon real. En esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice?
Yaman are real. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo pa'l momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal physical redemption hasta cacaca del baile. Typical style, musical fraile. Mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love and love and love. Siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cipher. Feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Flow the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Muerda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas. Más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa. No tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza. Las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza. La belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vuelta que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school. It's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de velour, pero cálida y del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, CD3, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Púnica, Loba, Grimble, Falla, Killaman, Smoka, Chusta, Feel Light, Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, original a reggae, Saifa again.
Una guerra interna en la villa del pingüino, entre los que alinean la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos parandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, so start my friend, yo. Reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, reaching the freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy, represent this game.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Fruity tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Fruity tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Falta presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer, que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así, y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha, manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha, mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from, solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, Killaman al mando. Oh na na na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios, para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre mi imaginario, que cheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat. Fruity tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat.
Fruity tangle in the street.
Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Porque toques el cielo, pero no el suelo, así que créetelo. Quítate el velo velozmente, bro. Vívete tu sueño, pero despierta a la hora que toca. Esa hora, motherfucker, wake up.
Yo me meo en tu cubata, antes bebo, matar ratas son tan. Vaya al bosque a lo Tarzán mientras enlazan. Fraternidad en casa con su polo, colisteras trenas. Se han dejado en el desván de su pensar un mar de ideas. Con grandes ideas ardiendo en chimeneas antiguas.
sonríe, Dios alberga de antiguas. Su mente y su luz son ambiguas como mi voz. Lo que para ti es un don, para mí una misión fija. Mis versos son de ninja, tu poesía pa' pija. No te fijan, hay más allá del cristal. La matriz hipnotiza, mi energía os hace trizas. Yo en mi nave nodriza, comiendo pizza con piña, moldea taroides, vórtices. Con mi mente arborescente, junto con isesimilos para crear pegasos en ese perro. Cánticos lemurianos me hacen sentir como en mi hogar. La noche se avecina y se afilan colmillos de vampiras psíquicas. Frecuencias del malestar las alimentan. Nuestro deber es tenerlas raquíticas. Bazookas espaciales latadas con la función del sol central, causando desinformaciones bíblicas. Todo lo existente es relativo, o al menos la materia que te describo. Soy antipersonas como las minas y mino. La moral del que venga a negar lo que digo con la mira puesta en su ombligo. Si me retiro del partido que sea como Figo, conocidos me la pela en verdad. Si en mi barrio me conocen más que tú a tu enamorada. No hay payasos, solo en anémonas. Gárgola Andrómeda eres. Conserva tus células primigenias o no podrás volar. El virus se llevó a unos cuantos, pero llegó a más. Se elevó el más a la opulencia. Digo, ciencia, debajo el Satanás en el espejo. Jesucristo, la conciencia del flash. La tierra y su paz están vibrando. Los sentimientos son la trampa que están manejando. Los hilos de los cuales tú y tu ego estáis medio colgándonos. Que yo sea un superdotado, ni tú. Solo lo que tú sabes de mierda yo sobre el cosmos. Que lo estudio y profundamente sano me lo tomo. Si no ya hubiera ido a visitar al doctor. Porque no soy devoto, mucho menos un santo. Yo jamás puedo, pero dale que asalto. Cuando en verdad sé que tendría que sudarme todo la polla, pero pienso que hay que vivir por algo. Que en el letargo cure lo enfermo. Sabor amargo, remedio eterno. Me pregunto a toda esa gente que le he hecho y canalizo desde el cielo un verbo al cielo, bro. Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker habla sin mente. De Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, no sean rebeldes, deja el revolú. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y para estos pericos te traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos rap trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Trate que tra, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica, con fe. A mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre ora y canta la bandeja, flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina, hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina mi vida fuera de una esquina. Yo solo quiero más chavos pa' comprar más chilindrina. Gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales. Repete señales que a ti no te sale. ¿Qué pasa, compadre? Somos naturales. Voy a llenar todas las editoriales. Rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales. Tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales. Yeah, se me afaga la cimuita, soplú.
Cerco 92 B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia.
Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme, qué ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Para decir verdad la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y me acento en ella. Ahoga a mi gente, la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, yeah. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
Aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y Bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos. Todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes
En 11 días disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía. Más de 100 años de tortura. La nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Con la fe. Ajá. La promoción lunática. Na, 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 na. Ey, ey. Pregunta dónde se quedó. Pregunta cuándo fue que la muerte por su casa pasó. Pregunta por su vida y mira su cuerpo tiro en la mitad de la cabeza. Y se pregunta si es su muerto más y la muerte vino por él, llevándose alegría. A su hermana la puedes ver llorando todavía. Todos se preguntan quién, pero nadie puede responder hasta que pega el fierro en la mano del muerto. Ahora es un fantasma que vive pintado en una pared. El mismo que anda penando en el barrio. No está tranquilo porque caminando con otro la ve. Por la que se mató sin pensarlo bien. ¿Y para dónde es que se va? Cuando por una tonta razón se van aquellos que más quieres. Pregunto para dónde irán. Es uno menos en el barrio y uno más para el recuerdo. De pocos a pocos mi gente se desvanece, pero casi siempre son los que no lo merecen. La muerte de un inocente, lo sabe la gente, pero nadie dice que él se lo llevó. Se rompió el corazón, lágrimas de madre, sangre en sus manos y no lo comprende el padre. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente.
Dime dónde están los que desaparecieron, los que no volvieron, los que de uniforme se vistieron. ¿Dónde están los que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una? Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico. Encuentra cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódicos. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara. La muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogerá en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios. Como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario. Hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno. Como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos. Si la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que
que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente.
¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Se detienen pulsos y otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina. Cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera.
Joven estudiante muere en una balacera.
Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro. Locos disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco. Viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto. En su corazón Marquito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta. Que se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores, sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores, sin temores y sin valores. Deambulando en cada city, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente.
Across the block, Kaheb, Belajah, where I get my chala. Who reporting live from the universe? It's the First Nations MC. You could do the search. Who been through the worst? Surviving genocide, fighting for a better life. They try to set aside the true history and keep us mystical. They say they founded this country on biblical principles. It's so cynical, but I'm an analyst. It's murderous. They refer to us as merciless. India savages. Now that's written in the Declaration of Independence. That's no kidding. Hey, open up your heart and let love lead the way. Light your path with the words that I speak today. Let the lessons flow, arrive and bless your soul. Systematic racism alive, intentional. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow.
His daily life was filled with ceremony, and every act had some significance. The Indians believed in the spiritual, the mysterious.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chiblito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabua? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchadonero, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoprón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desde Peña, a la victoria, para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá, Cinco Mob, negro, Cinco Mob, nigga, Pero Luigi, man, Cinco Mob, It's Money Gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo, Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me brille en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Luego por la carrera desafían la gravedad. Yo esperas la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. Evito bastante porque de lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor intérprete capaz de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La que un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión. Con la malla no llega el balón y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fue por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Reyes, papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad quiere estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. Me no caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de.
Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit the number for everything? Rock, you on the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl. Rippy day. Cali with the farmer soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacimos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sit on no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn, ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior, yeah. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Not a really easy, no. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta, dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente que la mala dijo que estaría presente, fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulu. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición como no voy a aprovechar. Los códigos que llegan los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien, es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Hey, pure nigga on a microphone, a studio of the own, gangsta sound, my brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Escucha a Dios si aún estás por este mundo. Voy a robarte tan solo 3 segundos. Quiero mandar tu mensaje muy profundo y pedirte disculpas por si me confundo. Soy un humano más que vaga en estos páramos, que se pregunta qué pasa si nos amáramos. Pero la guerra nos separa, así que páranos y únenos de nuevo, por favor, como quisiéramos. Ve al humano maltratar a su mujer, divisa al pueblo roto por su falta de poder. Sigo viendo al niño muriendo sin comer y al rico atragantarse tan solo por placer. Quedamos pocos mensajeros del honor, fieles servidores del humano con valor, nobles narradores de palabras con amor. Solo faltas tú para guiar nuestro interior. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, fácil nadar en estas aguas, ni mantener el rumbo en este sin razón. Sé que me quemo si camino en la fragua. Este es mi deber cuando recibí mi don. Podría hablar sobre coches y dinero, pero no quiero, por eso soy la voz del guero. Prefiero mantener mi arte mensajero, luchar junto al humilde para destruir el clero. Unos tienen tanto y otros quieren tan poco. Esta melodía me está volviendo loco. Pido a Kion que limpie lo que toco. Él destruye el muro en el que normalmente choco. La tierra muere y morirá callada. Creaste un suelo de arena malgastada. Nos diste ciencia y eso no te avala. Ella da respuestas, tú no dices nada. Sé que mi fe no va mal, pero aquí debajo todo sigue igual. Luchamos por vivir algo que es normal. Por eso lo divino jamás será mortal. Oh, my nigga, feel the rasta, you nigga, no my nigga. Hey, escuela, haciendo fresco lo que siento desde el alma. Nego, lo siento. Lo sé, señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. Mamrena como va, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Clean the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Mamrena como va, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Clean the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Champion general flower. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over, it's a champion general flower. Listen, my reggae music is lower.
Yeah, man, I real. Estoy con mi hermanito Rasta Chai. International burning in Selassie I. Every day and every night. Yeah, man, llevamos 30 volúmenes dando reggae music soul. I'm Kion, motherfucking king of the microphone. Check it out, let the pasando.
Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo. Llegan los Rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta. ¿Quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo. Ese es el lema de Kyo. Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo. Llegan los Rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta. ¿Quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo. Ese es el lema de Kyo.
Veo la luz que ilumina mi vida y da amor a los que más quiero. Siento el mensaje que llega hacia mi corazón, me habla el universo. Veo personas que pasan de largo en mi vida y en verdad eso es bueno, porque ahora sé lo que tengo y lo que ya no pierdo. Demasiada coincidencia para no ser verdad. Los de que nos van a esperar en el más allá. Tú vas a seguir siguiendo el curso en la espiral, mientras que yo evoluciono, llego al despertar. Puente celestial, de lo que el saber, no hay punto final. Amar o aprender, que yo no quiero obedecerte, ya sé lo que hacer. Cuando me muera de calor, de frío, de hambre o sed, ya solo pienso en ser aquel que siempre fui, pero por miedo que mostraba otra versión de mí. Antes solía llorar, ahora no sé reír. Si no ponemos de por medio un poquito de will, eso más de estar bien, más de efecto de pill. No quiero de tu fe, te necesito a ti. Ángeles con la fe, mándalos de la street. Si vinimos de pa' morir, chico.
This is the flow underground from Kion Studio. Relax, relax, relax. The flow now. This is the music at the air. Mucho tiempo dando amor a los nuestros. Asistí, nego, bomba.
Camino de frente, traigo flow caliente. Música real con sonido inteligente. Parece frecuente desvestir la mente y quedar desnudo delante de mi gente. Flow, sing it, dem, duro like metal.
balada que parte la sala. Para nada son bobadas atrapadas en miradas. Pues mi familia es sagrada, prenderá toda la grada. Camarada, sea alabada la persona que te daba su calor, su sabor, el perfume del honor. Coreando la canción de un humilde servidor. Pues tu amor, seguidor, es alivio para el dolor y energía para seguir siendo tu compositor. Flow. Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo, llegan los rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta: ¿quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo, ese es el lema de Kio. Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo, llegan los rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta: ¿quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo, ese es el lema de Kio. Llaman Regeneral It's a man pussy that revenge and the ganja from the Rastafari niggas. Llega el rasta con su... La people se hace una pregunta. Llaman a real. Llega el sonido de ultratumba. Llega el rasta con su... La people se hace una pregunta. Bomba clap them, nigga. Beep. Yeah man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey, hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone. Living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone. Living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe. Viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Solo más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from volume 8. My niggas on volume 8, this is Kid on the studio respect. Alright, alright, alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I can just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, oh them. Ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in la bomba plata.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el puestapal. Político en vez de patrullas se vende camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de combo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino peruano de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que se nota que no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Préstase pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador por Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. A tu educación me camino, se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. El como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepan verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la paz y si algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la paz y si algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una vez de poco invierno
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses, a oscuro interés, se mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación. Con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo. Pues miro, hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la paz y si algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la paz y si algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará,
CPF.
Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en esta parte del mundo he nacido. Más que orgulloso de crecer en donde yo he crecido. Me siento bendecido y aquí me quiero morir. Y la verdad porque así será. Agradecido con la vida y con Dios que me puso aquí. Y con todo aquello que influyó para que fuera en sí. Porque así yo puedo decirte gracias por mi color y idioma y también por mi Dios y gracia. Yo soy uno más que aprecia la tierra en la que nació. Aunque el género en el que me expreso por aquí no se inventó. Pero que chucha, esto es pa' aquel que escucha y se mantiene en lucha con el puño arriba y la capucha. Tierra de donde gran parte siempre se quita, pero regresa pues como un niño a su madre necesita. Gobierna una política maldita donde si se enferma el que no tiene no le regalan ni las curitas. Por eso, pero no es sinónimo de progreso y no esas mierdas sentadas en el Congreso. Es desde niños hasta abuelos. Lo que siempre sé que está mi tierra crece, a pesar que unas veces no paguen al que cosecha lo que merece. No solo aquí, también en toda América Latina, víctima de aquella supuesta raza más fina. Pero no olviden que en Perú no existen razas, somos una especie de seres humanos que se porten en masa, que cuando se revela atacarán enjambre. Un peruano se puede morir de todo, pero nunca de hambre. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si mira hacia arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos me envenenan. Paisajes de mil colores, comidas de mil sabores, playas con arenas blanquitas, no quiero nada. Tierra de grandes señores, culturas y soñadores, gente amable que te hace pensar, yo me quedo acá. Sufrimos y nos levantamos como otros pueblos hermanos, víctimas de terroristas y tiranos que se llevaron mucho y a muchos para el carajo. Pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Por eso más de lo que sé y de lo que escucho, en todas partes siempre respetan a los peruchos. Y es un hecho que a la mayoría nada le complace, razón por la cual quiere ser el mejor en lo que hace. Es que así se nace cuando eres peruano, aquí tienes de todo, pero también nada se regala, hermano. Norte, sur o centro, en donde quiera que te pares, lo dijo Romero, el Perú es de la concha su madre. Orgulloso de mi esencia, de mi herencia, tengo un tatuaje en la maleta que te indicará mi procedencia, para que quede bien claro de dónde es que soy. Represento a donde voy y así lo hicimos siempre hasta el sol de hoy. Esta canción yo la compuse estando lejos de mi patria y no por querer hacerme el pendejo. Desde la costa por la sierra hasta la selva somos cholos. Si tú me entiendes, no permitas que yo haga este coro solo. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si mira hacia arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos me envenenan.
¡Oh, yeah! Huasteca, qué linda eres. ¡Oh, yeah! Qué bonitos ojos tiene debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tiene. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa. Oh, yeah. Opa. Con tus ojos me anunciabas que me amabas tiernamente, que me amabas tiernamente. con tus ojos me anunciabas, ingrata me traicionabas, cuando de ti estaba ausente, cuando de ti estaba ausente, de mi pasión te burlabas. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa, como el candor de una rosa.
Deja que salga la luna, deja que se meta el sol, deja que caiga la noche, pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas me llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debía el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti, tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me da, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Deja que salga la
y cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.